Welcome everybody to the last ever Kōrau Mātinitini that I'll be chairing. Boo, because you'll miss me? Yeah, thanks. All right, well, please join me in saying the karakia. Tēnā koutou katoa. Whakataka te hau, te uru, whakataka te hau, ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, te hiaki ana, te ata kura, he teo, he hoka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora. Tēnā whakamoiho mai ki a au, te teitahi kai tohutohu manapori rānei, mena ki a koe i te hui. Ai te haurua ai te tikau karaka 10:30, te kai timu o te ata. Please let myself or Democracy Services know if you intend to leave the meeting throughout the day. Morning tea will be at 10:30 a.m. I have apologies from Councillor Calvert for lateness, Sarah Free for partial absence, John potentially for early departure. Do I have any other apologies? Okay, we'll note Pauiwi Kelly, potential early departure. E whakakoutou ana au ki te motini, I move the motion that Kōrau Mātinitini accept the apologies, ma wai tautoko. Deputy Mayor Phone. E nai nei ki pōtitia te motini. Ko a mana that has been carried. E ngā mema tēnā whakapuakina o te taki whai pānga e hangai ana ki te rārangi take. I call on any members to declare any conflicts of interest. Do we have any? No? All right, moving on. Confirmation of the minutes. E kata koutou ana au ki te motini. I move the motion that Kōrau Mātinitini approve the minutes of the previous meeting held on 19th of June. Mā wai I tautoko. Deputy Mayor Foon. E nai nei ki pōtitia te motini. Councillor Brown. Councillor Matthews. Ko mana that has been carried. Kaore he mea mahui ki te rārangi tahi. There are no items not on the agenda. Right, and that moves us along to public participation. Right, kia ora. I just had a bit of a short announcement because we are in a excuse me, regulated election period at the minute. We have to ensure that no council resources are being utilised for campaigning, and that involves members manuhiri from the public participation as well. So we can't talk about who you should be voting for, who you will be voting for, who you won't be voting for. So I just to put that whakaaro out there around the way I'm going to manage public participation this morning. Haere mai Anuran Noble coming to talk to us about item 2.3 advisory group transition. And everybody has 5 minutes to share today because we have quite a few on the agenda.
Cool, is this working? Cool, beautiful. Kia ora councillors, my name is Anuran Noble. I am a student down at Te Ranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, and have been a youth councillor for the last year. I'm here to discuss the changes to the advisory group model. I want to preface that these opinions are mine and not that of Youth Council. I'm here today to ask that this council finds a way and prioritises an amendment to the structure of the new model to increase the number of members on each advisory group. The new model significantly reduces the members of each advisory group. For Youth Council, that is from 20 to 12, and for the regular advisory groups, that is from 12 to 8. This has significant impacts, and in my view, will impact the effectiveness of the new model. Advisory groups are intended to be diverse in a space where all views are present. The new terms of reference say that advisory groups' role is to provide advice that reflects the distinct and diverse needs of their specific communities. However, this is being hampered and reduced by these changes. You cannot have a space where having unique voices is important while also reducing the number of unique voices in the room. In my view, the diversity that is present already in the advisory groups means that we have given you better advice, and I'm concerned about the future of that advice without these changes. Councillors, there is a reason why all the advisory groups have strongly expressed opposition to the reduction. If it wasn't this important, this wouldn't have happened. Please consider the significance of this and the effect that will happen of ignoring your advisory group's advice. I'd recommend this council increases the numbers in the model for Youth Council from 12 to 16 and from rest of the advisory groups from 8 to 10. This is halving the proposed reduction and is a middle ground between the status quo we currently have and the proposed model, and in my view it is a balanced compromise between the two. I want to make it clear that the integrity of the new model is not at risk by increasing the numbers. And I'll say that again. The integrity of the new model is not at risk. If the new advisory group model falls apart by having more voices in the room, then it would not have been stable in the first place. As far as I remember, it was advised that smaller groups make better decisions, and that was the rationale for the change. I challenge that and say that diverse groups provide better advice and make better decisions. Democracy is about taking on all points of view, not a select part. Thank you for my submission, for allowing me to speak today, and I hope that you can find a way to make these changes work.
Ai, ngā mihi, Pātai Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in, Erin, much appreciated. You talk about the Youth Advisory Group dropping from 20 members to 12 members. Can you tell me, in a typical meeting, how many people would you actually have attending these?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that the full attendance record is in the agenda and in the report, but from what I can remember in my time, we've had maybe 12 to 13, so that's maybe 2/3 attendance. One of the big reasons the reduction is so concerning, at least at such a big level, is because how many people will attend if we only have 12 people present, right? Youth don't have as flexible schedules as people who are older due to quite strong school and extracurricular commitments, so that's what I'd be concerned about.
Okay, would it be feasible before you have the meetings, if someone has something that they'll actually want to bring up at that meeting, would it be feasible to swap around the members and say allow them to come and speak, and so rather than increasing the total number, to have people with questions that they actually wanted to bring up or things that they want to discuss?
I wouldn't know. I think that would be quite a bit of a complex thing to administer, and just kind of have as far as I see, you have to have a pool of possible youth councillors and then select which ones would be there on a specific day, and I think practically that would be a bit difficult to implement.
Great, thank you.
Hi, ngā mihi, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it, Anoran. No mai Brian Patchett to speak. Kia ora, Brian, and speaking on behalf of Takatapui Rainbow Advisory Group. Just make sure your mic is on, thank you.
Thank you. Morena Chair, Mayor and Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning in support of the Rainbow Action Plan, as I understand it, the first such plan in the country. My name is Brian Patchett. I'm a ratepayer, a parent and a gay man. I'm one of the 11.3% of Wellingtonians that identify as a member of the Rainbow community, and I'm also a member of the Takatapui Rainbow Advisory Committee, and that's the capacity that I'm in here today. I want to make 4 points, and I know I've got 5 minutes, so I'll be quick. The first point I want to make is that the Takatapui Rainbow community is a substantial and significant community in this city. I guess one of the benefits of the census data is helped us understand the scale of that community. There are about 18,000 people over 15 that identify as being part of that community. And across the wider Wellington region, that's probably more like 30,000 people. So when you think about that, that's 3 times the size of the population of Tawa. That's almost 3/4 of the size of Upper Hutt. So in the region, we're talking about a very significant community that has an important part to play in the vibrancy of this city. The other point I'd make, just in terms of who the community is that across almost every age cohort and demographic, the Wellington community that identifies as Takatapui or Rainbow is approximately twice the percentage you'll find in the rest of the country. So no matter what kind of Rainbow person you might be thinking about, there is a greater percentage of them here in this city than you'll find in other parts of the country. So that's a really important thing to keep in mind about this community in this city. The community skews young. 1 in 5 young people under 30 identify as Rainbow. And it's more likely to be a community that has some disability in it as well. So it's young, it's diverse, and to quote a phrase that's from the past, we're here, we're queer, get used to it. So we're an important part of this community. First point. Second point is that this is a community that already makes a huge contribution to this city. There are huge numbers of groups that this community has in place, sports groups, activist groups, cultural groups, choirs, outdoor and environmental groups, religious groups, and so the community is already a very vibrant one that makes a significant contribution to the city, as well as being above average participants in a lot of the services and events and cultural activities that are available to the city. So it's a really important underpinning community for the vibrancy of the city. The third point I'd like to make is it's not all rosy. It's a difficult time for many Rainbow people in New Zealand and also in Wellington. So Rainbow young people in particular face significant housing and employment insecurity at a higher rate than non-Rainbow young people, including homelessness. Rainbow seniors are navigating kind of retirement and the move into aged care for the first time as out gay people. They're the first generation to be doing this. And so there are some challenges for them, and there are cases where they are feeling the need to go back into the closet to be safe. Trans and non-binary members of our community, particularly young people, are facing the greatest daily hostility, and that's both in the streets and online. So that's a very deeply felt experience for many of our trans and non-binary young people in our community. And finally, our communities are under attack from some religious, institutional and political leaders and some in the media. And I use the word attack deliberately because that is what is going on. We are being used as a kind of weapon. We're being weaponised as in the kind of culture wars. And so I really do look to this council and this city as a place where we can perhaps create some safety for the community. And I really call on you as leaders of this city to champion and support the well-being and inclusivity of the Rainbow community and the wider Wellington community. The final point I want to make is that, you know, Wellington is actually a great place for us to mostly be safe to be ourselves. And it's that commitment to inclusivity and creating a safe place that's so important. And that's why the action plan is really essential. The action plan is a demonstration that the city's committed to the well-being of the Rainbow community. The actions in the action plan really do focus on the needs of younger people in the community, and as I said, that's kind of where the community skews, so it's entirely appropriate that the focus is on those things. It speaks to things like inclusive community facilities, public safety and harm prevention, housing, rainbow visibility. These are all issues of significant importance to young people. I've got one more point. So the only other thing I wanted to say was that, you know, for Rainbow people all around the world, cities are absolutely the places we have always come to. They're the places where we've been able to find ourselves, find our tribe, find love, and create meaningful and contributing lives. So I say to you, Wellington is a real taonga for the rainbow community in this country, and we need to protect that, and we're looking to you to help do that. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, Brian. Thank you for your kōrero this morning. We've run out of time for pātai, but kia ora. No mai Jade Muster from Cahoots Workshop. Kia ora ihoa. We've got 5 minutes for everyone to speak today. If you wanted to leave any time for pātai, over to you.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. I'm speaking from and on behalf of Cahoots Workshop. We represent women and gender minorities, but we are very queer-led, and so we have a very large gender minority community, and it is from that community and for that community that I come to speak to you today. I'd like to acknowledge all the mahi of the Takatapui Rainbow Advisory Committee in preparing the way for this action plan. And when I read through the action plan, I see reflected our community. And so that is a really positive thing. This does not appear to be an abstract plan created at a distance. It reflects the experiences of our community. And so there's not a huge amount for me to add except the voice of our members, of our community base. They do flock here to Poneke, the queer mecca of New Zealand. And there's this mixed experience, this mixed bag of it being a supportive place with a large queer community and also being, and also still being somewhat unsafe. We're unsafe everywhere. We're less unsafe here. That is a good thing, but we are still often unsafe. Queer folks are overrepresented in lots of these negative statistics. Pretty much pick your statistic of choice, and we're overrepresented in that. And so when council positions itself, when council has the opportunity to position itself to say, we see this very significant minority in our community, and we want to provide ways to uplift and support and make visible that community, then to me and to the rest of our community, that is a really solid thing. In saying that, I want to acknowledge the mahi that council has already done and the support that council gives in terms of things like supporting the Pride Parade. And this is another step on that journey. It's making sure that the things in the action plan are making sure that we are represented, that we are seen, and that those services that interact with so many of our community are framed in a lens that supports and understands and engages with that community. I'd like to finish by just saying that I was really impressed with the action plan. It's not often that you read something that you read in this space, that you read something that is aimed at improving interactions with the queer community, improving interactions and experiences for our people, and that it rings so true, and that it feels so reflective of our experiences. And so again, thank you to all of the staff who worked on that, and again to Track.
He pātai, Councillor Pennant.
Kia ora, Jade. Thank you for that positive feedback. Just wondering if you've got any thoughts about where we go once we've implemented these quite small actions, because there's another stage to come.
Absolutely. I think that one of the things that this action plan does is improve interactions, which will lead to further developments. I think that the feedback that comes from these interactions, and there's a lot in the action plan that speaks to engagement, which will further elucidate what actions are necessary. So I'm not going to stand and really predict them, but I can see a whole lot of areas where I think, oh, there might be something there and there might be something there. And I hope that this will provide some improved interaction with council and with council services that will allow council and the services to better understand the needs and then move further in that direction.
We have a pātai from Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. Really good input. Do you think that you would like, we're looking at lots of different changes and things for your group, so do you think that you would like to have better integration with other groups, or do you think that that wouldn't work so well?
It's a very interesting question. It comes up a lot, specifically for us here at Cahoots Workshop, because we are a separated space. And those protected spaces can be extremely important. I think both are true. Spaces that we can be ourselves, that we can be protected, can be safe, are really important for repairing harms, repairing old injuries, and for gaining confidence. And then the ultimate goal of that is to use that confidence to engage with everyone else in the outside world. And so I think it's a 1-2 step. There's both have their place.
Ai ngā mihi nui. Thank you very much, Jade. We've run out of time for pātai, but
Kia ora.
thank you and all the best for the launch of Cahoots on Friday.
Thank you. Thanks. You're all welcome.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Ngā mihi, do we have Councillor Thomas Nash with us? Kia ora ihoa. You know the drill. Only difference is 5 minutes today. Aye.
That one. Oh, kia ora everyone. Thanks for having me, and here to talk on behalf of the Regional Council as the Public Transport Authority in relation to the Harbour Quays paper, and really just a simple message to say thank you for all of your work as the Road Controlling Authority on bus lanes over the last few years. It's really important for us as the Public Transport Authority to have good space on the roads and good priority for buses. And I know that you as the Road Controlling Authority do tend to take the heat from the public when it comes to making changes to the road and the road layout, and we can then put our buses on them. And bus lanes are really important for us for a number of reasons, as I'm sure you know and are laid out in the paper. But one of the reasons I particularly value bus lanes is that the faster we can move a bus through a corridor, on a journey, if we can say make it 10% faster, the bus journeys, then we can run 10% more services for pretty much the same cost. So it is a really good value for money intervention, as well as making life better for everyday people with faster journeys. So that's really what I wanted to say. We really value the partnership that has been going on between us, particularly at the staff level. I know our staff have been working really hard with your staff, and I think there's a lot of appreciation for all of the work, and certainly from us as councillors as well. We really appreciate your work on the bus lanes. So that's me. Thank you.
Kia ora. Pātai, Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming, Thomas. Do you think that, I'm a regular bus commuter, and so do you think that the important thing for commuters is actually getting the speed in the journey, or do you think it's actually the reliability?
So by reliability, are you meaning that the bus
turns up?
Yeah.
Roughly on time.
I think reliability is the number one factor. When buses are cancelled and don't turn up, it's massively frustrating. I know that as well from personal experience. So I think reliability is the number one factor, and I think we've seen that with the increase in bus patronage over the last 2 to 3 years. That has coincided with an increase in reliability, a reduction in cancellations, and with the research we do with passengers as well, that always is the most important thing. The speed of a journey, I think, is important as well. People don't want to be stuck behind a bunch of buses on the Golden Mile, which often happens now, and will get worse. So I think speed of journey is very important too. But reliability is probably the most important factor.
Okay. Can I follow up?
I'll put you back on the list.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, kia ora, Thomas. I think we can all appreciate how different the conversation started around, bus catastrophe and things, and that's a fantastic place to be in. If we don't proceed with the Harbour Quays, what is the plan B? Is there even a tangible plan B as far as being the public transport operator, in your view?
Well, I mean, I think if you don't go ahead with it, then it'll just get really busy on the Golden Mile. I walked along the Golden Mile on my way here from Cuba Street, and there are some quite narrow parts, obviously, like Manners Street and Willis Street, and there's really no there's no way to overcome those bottlenecks except finding an additional route. And the Harbour Quays, you've got quite a few lanes there. Part-time bus lane, peak time for our express services would take a bit of pressure off the Golden Mile, and I think it would put us in a position where we can expand the network, expand the services, expand the quality of service into the future. So, the alternative would just be worse bus service.
Councillor Free.
Hi, we have put in quite a few kilometres of bus lanes, especially in the last 3 years. What impact do they have on reliability compared to, say, other things you can do? I don't know, what other things can you do, or is the bus lanes the main thing?
Well, the main factor for reliability has been having a strong workforce, so staff that come to work, and that's the main driver of cancellations is staff not being there. So once you've got that in place, the other things you can do are really all related to the road and the road space. So yes, I would say at this point the most significant thing we can do is bus lanes and other bus priority features.
Ngā mihi, Councillor Nash, thank you for your time today. We've run out of time for more pātai. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks.
Kia ora. No mai John Swan. Kia ora, John. You also know the drill.
Yes, I do. Can I speak from here?
You may, yeah.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I'm here this morning to speak to the agenda item 2.6 of today's agenda. The item is labelled Historic Heritage and was preceded by a motion that appeared on the agenda of the Long-Term Plan Committee on the 20th of August with the same name. Correspondence with Democracy Services and the Mayor and her office, I protested that the resolution was unintelligible, and the authors acknowledged that consultation was incomplete, and in particular that Mana Whenua had yet to review its content. I was next advised that the Chief Executive had withdrawn the resolution as it was not complete. I expressed my disappointment and frustration with this outcome and received undertakings from Democracy Services that I would be advised when the item would be introduced, if the item would be introduced at a later meeting, and that I would have adequate time to review and speak to that resolution. Over the weekend, Council officers placed an agenda for this meeting on its calendar website. I then found that the historic heritage item was again to be heard and is now identified as item 2.6. Today's agenda contains just over 3,200 pages. The item appears on page 2,273. Because of the size of the document, I was unable to download or read directly to identify how to change from the previously found but removed agenda. I sought assistance from Democracy Services for them to print 2 agenda items that I could pick up from the Council offices. I also asked if the entire agenda could be read at the office. Democracy Services advised that this was not allowed and never had been. This is a false assertion, as I've asked and received documents on many occasions. The outcome of these events is that I've not read the agenda item that comes before the Council today, and I expect that no councillors will have read the document in its entirety either. In other correspondence with the CEO, the Mayor and Democracy Services, I've noted the significant decisions affecting the city that are being dealt with today, and the proximity of those resolutions to the election agenda, that is to proceed in early October. I've suggested that because of the proximity of the election, that councillors and retiring councillors should bear in mind that they won't be on the premises when implementation of these resolutions or other matters arrive, and I wish to just make give you a précis of my objections to the passing of agenda item 2.6. In my submission for that meeting, I said my submission today is addressed to council officers and is provided to assist councillors in addressing another futile exercise generated by officers attempting to second-guess.
Mr. Swan, I would just caution you against putting words in the mouths of officers or misrepresenting
I wasn't.
motivations.
This is an opinion that I'm expressing. I'm certainly not putting words in the name of the officer, Madam Chair.
So just as a point of clarification, this is my words, my notice of motion, my writing, nothing of the officers. So the public submitter is sorely mistaken in that point.
Yeah, as long as it's relevant to the notice of motion that's being lodged and not off topic, you can proceed.
What is relevant to the notice of motion is that I objected when it was first introduced that it was difficult to understand its intent and the qualifications that were included in it. I need to refer to the older gender items or the items within the resolution and note that the content of the resolution included served to extend the ambit of heritage buildings and structures to areas deemed historic and proposed but yet to be published, streamlining process to be undertaken by government, and to oppose a series of Wellington City Council ordained values. The values are admirable, but capable of being defined as almost anyone sees fit. What are tangata whenua values? What are social values? In the context of the resolution...
Thank you, Mr. Swan. We're out of time. If you could just make your final point, please.
Would Midland Park, for example, be qualified as a historic place? All these values are subjective. There is an opportunity available to council in the resolution not to proceed with the resolution. I'm firmly of the view that that should be the case. It is a matter for the new council to review alongside.
Thank you, Mr. Swan. We're out of
any
time.
Other changes made by government. Thank you for the opportunity to address this meeting.
Thank you. No Mai Felicity Wong from Historic Places Wellington today on the same notice of motion.
Good morning, councillors. And thanks specifically to Councillor Iona Pennant, who's retiring this year and who's been a tremendous support of heritage, and to Nicola Young and Ray Chung, who have also been terrific helpers. But I acknowledge the absolute need to avoid unnecessary costs. Heritage didn't cause the town hall budget blowout, but if it was a contributor, then there's a problem of project scoping, but it's not a legal problem of the heritage status of the building. We welcome the sale of the Dixon Street flats for reuse as apartments, and the Kandala Library, Thorndon Pool and Freiburg Pool were only recently heritage listed by the City Council itself. The Begonia House, Karori Events and the Kandala Pool all show that there are cheaper solutions when the community's involved. And what's needed are cost-effective projects to maintain and respect the heritage, and for the administration of resource consents not to be an impediment. The RMA asks you to consider the appropriateness of subdivision use and development of heritage buildings. And the district plan has been loosened in that regard recently, and Councillor McNulty may not be up to speed with those loosenings. And they only relate to exteriors, not to interiors anymore. So what you need is a helpful getting to yes consent process. And if you're placing too many impediments in the way of adaptive reuse of heritage buildings, then it's a problem of administration. It's not a legal problem. And the answer is in administration, not in descheduling. Descheduling means that you've failed to get to yes. We, Historic Places Wellington, advocate for adaptive reuse, for scheduling decisions based on evidence, and for pragmatic and fast solutions. We support the use of new materials and new designs to enhance contemporary reuse of heritage buildings. We note the Council will need to apply to the Minister for a statement of expectations and seek his approval for a fast-track process for any envisaged descheduling. And I support John Swan's comments. You know, it's been a real muddle, this issue, the way it's come and the report, because of course we now have recent legislation that's just 2 weeks old. We wish to participate in that process, and I just say that last night 150 young architects and designers attended the 25th anniversary talk of Ian Athfield. The topic was The Past Needs a Future by renowned Sydney architect Ian Moore. And he talked about adaptive reuse of heritage buildings. He showed his incredible and amazing work repurposing old shops, warehouses and pubs in Sydney into beautiful, livable, contemporary homes. And he did it without changing the neighbourhood of those places. He respected the layers of social history and the cultures and the various people who had been in those places. He talked about the VW approach to heritage. He said Porsches, Audis and VWs all have the same chassis and a lot of the same parts, but it's the detailing and the materials which vary to fit the budget. He talked about the embodied carbon in these old buildings, the great quality materials in them, the great design in them, and he praised the layers of people's cultures that were involved. He was proud of the 100%, near 100% recycling approach that he took. And he said that he was almost never in favour of demolition. And this is where I and some of you depart company, because he said that the Gordon Wilson Flats are his favourite building in Wellington. He said he'd had a fractious relationship with council, and he'd taken 38 court cases, 36 of which he'd won. And it goes to the heart of what I'm talking about. It's your choice about the way you administer the law. It's not about the heritage status of the building. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Felicity. Colleagues, any partai? I see none. Thank you. Oh, aye, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Felicity, for coming in. Do you see there's any need for a few items to come off the list?
Yeah, at the last full review just 1 year ago, I think more than 30 or 40 items came off. Some because they were fire damaged, others because they had lost their significance. Maybe, but I think that's an evidence-based process. It's not just a process of, we listed the Freiburg pool, but now it'd be so much more convenient if it wasn't listed, because then we could pull it down. It's got to be a much better quality process than just reaching for a delisting. And as I say, when the community's involved in getting cheaper solutions and maintaining great community facilities, then that's what, needs to happen. Thanks.
Kia ora, Felicity. Thanks for coming to talk to us today. No mai, haere mai, Donald McDonald. Kia ora, Don. Hi.
Good noon, councillors and Social Cultural Committee. The previous speaker talked about bus speed, that's metres per minute, and walking speed. Compare the bus with walking. If council knows the work, and apparently that's not usual, they would obviously understand the issues, because they've been reported 1,000 times, 100 times, 1,000. and there's a standard what is required. In the case of toilets, there should be a checklist. You know what you're looking for. They say the jobs are resolved, which they haven't been. And uneven surface. Now we go to another screen. Yes. Matter of log fixes Lagoima. They refuse to answer. The Ombudsman ignore. Important. Every job timely, succinct and honest. Sign off by a senior. And if they haven't really resolved it, they're in trouble for a new job. They don't do anything. You report a job fault and you take it as reported. There should be a straight answer. And what they did must answer the question. So you compare. For 30 years, close-up TV, 2005, but little things happen. Hardly anything. The toilets checklist, what are you looking for? Council familiar with constant issues. You should be familiar with constant issues, namely locks, doors, water, paper, flush, graffiti, litter, flooding, hand dryer. There's quite a list there. They've got to look for all those things. Any job, not much care. Greeting me, over parking, pay 120, voluntary. You ever parked? Well, do the right thing, pay up, even without an infringement notice, because 1,000 times everybody's disobedient. Do the God commands necessary. The registration label, broken yellow line. Housing, trees, warrant of fitness, tyres, L plates, footpaths, domino, water, Road Street, running, water running in Road Street. Months after months. They say they've resolved it, but they haven't. So they got to get a proper job after that one. Mick Dunn waiting, second coming. Branches walk down, get a punch in the eye. 261 example, every street. The Children's Hospital, Warripuri School Swiss, Roy Street Zoo. Urgent opportunity. This is your last opportunity to do one job in this term for 6 years. 1 million jobs are neglected. Rubbish bins. Okay, I've got time.
Kia ora, Don. Colleagues, any pātai? Deputy Mayor Phone.
Thanks, Don. Can I just clarify that you're saying that the vegetation or tree branches around the streets that you talked about, they need to be trimmed back?
Exactly like that. Only a couple of days ago, I was on Rintal, 261, and I got a punch in the... Well, I was walking along and suddenly you got a blood lip or something like that.
Yeah.
And broken glass or things like that. Because the branches overhang, low branches, and the flags. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ai ngā mihi nui, Don. I don't see any further pātai, but it's lovely to see you at the table again. Ai.
Thanks so much. Enjoy your holiday.
Thanks, Don. I don't know if that's the same for all of us, but no mai Helene Ritchie. Kia ora. If you'd like, and if you're more comfortable, you can sit at the table if that would. Okay.
Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Helen Ritchie. I am a former Deputy Mayor of this wonderful city and a former Chair of the Civic Centre Project and current Chair of the Wellington Civic Trust. I want to talk about the CAB and MOB demolished sites, redevelopment, heads of terms, public excluded. I wish to make just a few points. First of all, this discussion and the decision should not be secret. To be frank, it is quite disgraceful for council to consider that this should be a secret discussion. This is our land, not the land of a handful of councillors and officers. This public land should not be leased privately or for commercial purpose. Do not put or do a temporary, tacky, plastic, fantastic Disneyland with food trucks on this valuable site. Do not today make any irrevocable agreement with precinct developers from Auckland. Stop all negotiation and with precinct immediately. Instead, I have a much more positive and constructive and public suggestion. Invite the public and professionals to a public, open competition for a park. A civic centre park, a Pōneke park for the people is still possible. According to the OIA information, which I sought and have now received from Council, the Tinako Civic Centre demolished MOB CAB site is still in council ownership, according to the OIA that I have received from your council, from our council. Council has told me that no deal has yet been signed with the Auckland Developers Precinct to lease this huge site and to build a tall, over 10-storey bulk building on it. But today, you, council, privileged councillors, will discuss and decide in secret the heads of terms of agreement with Auckland Developers Precinct. I am told in the OIA reply that there is currently no deadline for completion of the negotiations as they are complex, so we could have an empty, perhaps tacky-filled site for years again. I want Wellingtonians to fight to keep this place in the heart of our city as a park. And I'm asking you, the Mayor and councillors, to commit to a public park competition, inviting professionals and the public to put forward ideas and design. Today, please stop any further negotiation. The first step today is to do that. No property developer should be able to hold on to such key council land while council negotiates for years. No such decision should be entered into, even if officers attempt to persuade the mayor and councillors in secret today, later.
Helene,
that this
look, I'll just ask that you keep your submission relevant to the business of today and
relevant.
Caution you against accusations that could potentially misrepresent people.
I don't intend to misrepresent, and I'm totally on point with respect. No, I'm talking to the secret item that you have. No such decision should be entered into, even if officers or anybody attempts to persuade you or each other that this discussion would or even be reversible in any way. In no way should these Auckland developers be given priority over this land long-term with a long-term lease. And finally, I have added an appendix which you can look at to show you kind of the guidelines that were used for Waitangi Park, and you can look at that at your leisure. I'm happy to have any questions. Thank you.
Kia ora, Helene. Look, we are running out of time, so I'm afraid there's...
There are two councillors who would like in public to ask me questions, I think. With respect,
I understand, but we had 8 seconds left at the time that they put their hands
Okay,
up.
well, they can do 8 seconds.
Thank you. We might be able to chat over morning tea.
Perhaps they can ask me, but I will make it public what their questions are and my answer. I think that's really, really unfortunate.
You are welcome to do that. Thank you.
It's outrageous.
No, my Jill Wilson from Inner City Wellington Residents Association. Kia ora, Jill. And just to clarify, we've got 5 minutes today.
I'll watch the clock,
Right.
I promise. Kia ora, thank you so much for allowing me this time today. I'll try and be brief. I am Jill Wilson. I am part of Inner City Wellington Residents Association. Our patch is Te Aro, Wellington Central. 17,000 people live in our small footprint of the city, mostly in vertical streets we call apartment buildings. There's got possibly over 100 apartment buildings right now. I believe today you're talking about the cab and mob sites later today. So I wanted to remind you about the plan that ICW, Inner City Wellington, presented to you last year. We called it Tanako, the green heart of the city. In essence, we want the mob and cab sites to become a park. That means blades of grass and plantings, not concrete paving, not a 12-storey commercial building, perhaps not food trucks and containers. We want the site to become a green space, the kind of space where you can kick a ball around, maybe learn to ride your bike, sit, walk, contemplate life. Why is this needed? Well, in 2022, I believe the Council's Green Network Plan acknowledged there was not enough green space per inner city population. An earlier report in 2019 pretty much said the same thing. It's now 2025, and that green space deficit has not been addressed. In fact, some want to nibble away bits of the little green space we have with the Farley and green and Chinese garden proposals. Central government and this council wants to intensify the inner city, to bring back life into the city, to use our existing infrastructure, to add vibrancy. That's wonderful. That means even more people, tens of thousands maybe, might come to live here in even taller vertical streets, our apartment buildings. But that comes with an obligation on you, I believe, to balance that growth with community amenity. Last year, central government took away minimum sizes for apartment buildings, or apartments, including even not requiring Juliet balconies anymore. So the residents who live here 24/7, raise their families here, start their careers here, choose to live out their lives here, will rely on you to be wise, to care, to provide the community amenities we need as we grow. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with the clearance of the mob and cab sites to help with that. Make the mob and cab sites a park and help Tanako to be the green heart of the city. Thank you.
Ngā mihi, Jill. We have a pātai from Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in, Jill. My question, you referenced the Green Network Plan, which doesn't identify Tinako as a gap area, but rather the more eastern side of Te Aro. I was wondering, given this project does have an opportunity cost, would it be better to invest that money in the space where a gap is identified?
Well, we know that there's very little space available in the city. This is a space that has been identified as available. So we need parks across the city, and I think that's recognised in the report. Cambridge Terrace to Willis Street particularly is short of space.
Yeah.
But where do you find that space? Well, here's the opportunity to use space effectively.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Pātai, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, kia ora, Jill. Glad you found the right meeting, unlike me last night. Very quickly, do you think there's actually, because the extent of the space, scope for both, some green space park and some space for a development here?
No. My feeling is that this space is so valuable and the deficit is so great, we need to use every part of it for blades of grass and plantings. We also think it could be an environmentally useful space. We have issues to do with flooding to consider, coastal or climate change. This might be a place where we can do some things, sponge city type things, rather than paving and concrete. Thank you.
Aye, colleagues, any more pātai? I see none. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you very much, Jill.
Sure, thank you for your time.
Ngā mihi, we have Y. Bajors speaking to us today. Kia ora. Feel free to sit at the table if you'd be more comfortable, but up to you.
Thank you. Hello. Kia ora, councillors. My name is Y. Bjors, and I'm a student here in Wellington. I'm here today to speak about the future of the cab and mob site and to advocate for it to become a park. I understand that some members of the council are considering replacing these buildings with yet another office development, but this proposal is based on a flawed assumption. It has been claimed that the demolition of cab and mob resulted in a loss of upwards of 500 workers and their daily activity. That is simply not true, as those workers did not vanish, they simply moved across the street to the Datacom buildings. Meanwhile, Wellington already faces a surplus of office space. Right now, there are 90,000 square meters of vacant offices across the city, the equivalent of 9 new buildings of the type being proposed. As the government continues to downsize, this number is forecast to grow to 110,000 square meters. Developers have warned me that with the shrinking economy, we could see 140,000 square meters of empty offices in the CBD next year. It is clear we do not need more office towers. What we do need is more green space. You guys have said it yourselves. The stretch between Vivian Street, Victoria Street, and Manor Street is now the highest density residential area in the city. Thousands of people live in new apartments there, but their only green space in the city is the small and overcrowded Glover Park off Cuba Street. It is woefully inadequate for the population it serves. A park on the cab mob site would change that. It would provide a gateway, a green welcome mat leading from Victoria Street into the Civic Square and down to the waterfront. It would create a shared place for graduations, protests, celebrations, and everyday life. And importantly, this is public land. It belongs not only to us, but to future generations of Wellingtonians. Some have suggested a food court instead, but we already have food courts. Willis Lane, Press Hall, Cuba Street, Bond Street, the list goes on. What we lack is a high-quality public park where people can grab lunch, borrow a book from the library, and enjoy Wellington outdoors. It's my understanding that you're going to tear down the Sea Bridge. It is my opinion that you place the art from the bridge in this park, keeping it visible and accessible within the Civic Square. Isn't that a better use of public land rather than a private development? I invite all of you to take a walk through Civic Square as it is now. Look up towards Victoria University on the hill, and then look back down from the university into the open space left behind by the demolition of the CAB and MOB. Imagine that view replaced by a 10-story corporate block. Civic Square would no longer be a civic space. It would be reduced to a patio at the foot of an office tower. Let's not make that mistake. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a central, important city park, a green heart for Wellington. Let's seize it. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Y. We have a Pātai Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Y. Would you say that amongst the young people you know that this is really important, that there is more green space, particularly for apartment dwellers?
Absolutely. I think for everyone in this really dense area of the city, this could be their only front and backyard.
And a free space too, presumably, is helpful.
Absolutely. I don't think, even if the office block has amenities like cafes or other things on the ground floor, I don't think there should be any private activities in the Civic Square. I think it should stay a civic and free place for everyone to be included.
Pātai Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because all of the plans for Tinako provide an increase in green space no matter what the option was on the mob and cab site, do you think it's better because we're spending all of the money investing in this site that perhaps the place that's identified in the Green Network Plan as having the greatest gap should have a green space provided instead of here?
I think that with the increase in green space in the actual square itself, I think it is even more important to open up the space left behind by the cab and mob to serve as a gateway to the square, because as the building is created, it'll create sort of a funnel into the square, and it will become less inviting, and the green space all around the square will be used less, as it won't be sort of the central walkway through to the waterfront.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you, Wyatt. We have run out of time for pārtai, but I just want to thank you for your whakaaro today.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Kia ora now, committee members. We are right on time for Te Mōtini, and we will be back in 15 minutes. All right, thank you. Moving on to item 2.1, tātou ki uta. But first of all, tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou i ngā rangatira o Tākaihere, Taranaki whānui, Te Atiawa me Ngāti Toa Rangatira. E mihi ki te kaitiakitanga, ki te mauri, hoki o ngā mana whenua, e te take nei i ngā takutai o Pōniki, tēnei hoki mai ki a ko Huia Pukatapu, Robert McLean, me te ara tū. Hei nui te aroha mō tū koutou mātauranga me te ara tiki. Kia ora anō. Just acknowledging our Tākaihere partners, mana whenua, Robert, Huia and Ella. No mai.
I hear it. There's some volume.
Technology. We'll just wait to make sure this whakaaro is able to be heard.
Morena tātou. Nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, nā hoa mā. Lovely to see you all again and to hear us speak this morning about this kaupapa. So I'm understanding that the management plan has been read and there's been some discussion around that, and look forward to perhaps answering some questions at the end of it. However, I just wanted to acknowledge that we have time this morning and we want to get through things, and so want to be quite succinct with our kōrero. I want to point out three high-level points, I guess, really. The long-term partnership, and I'm going to, I guess, express that from a 2065 position that we're sitting in today, looking backwards from that plan, and seeing that as a result of us now sitting in 2065, looking back, the long-term partnership that we've managed to achieve for this area, for Arohe, as a result of the decisions that we're going to make today, and the acceptance of those is likened to a cake. I'm going to use the cake analogy, in that we were part and parcel of, at the ingredients stage of this formulation, where we brought our ingredients and the council brought their ingredients, and together we made this awesome cake that we've had the opportunity to share together at the other end, with monitoring what that cake tasted like in 2060. And as a result of that, the beneficiaries to that have been our wider community in this region, including those constituents, but also us as mana whenua. So that long-term partnership has been hugely, hugely beneficial for all our people. And as we know, when you're baking a cake, it's not just the ingredients, but it's the time that goes into allowing that cake to cook, right? You can put those ingredients together, but unless you allow the relevant time period for that cake to cook in the oven, you can take it out early and it'll be gooey and yuck. Or you can leave it and let it burn. It's still you can still eat it, but it might not be palatable, right? So that duration of period of time and acknowledging that period of time needs to be appropriate so that that cake can be cooked well so that we can all enjoy it. So using that analogy of looking backwards of what it is that we started out with the ingredients together. That's about partnership, okay, for the longevity. And looking back from 2065, the intention is to maintain that partnership. There wouldn't be any reason not to, right? The second key point I want to bring to your attention is the reclamation of our names within this document. Hugely, hugely important. In terms of acknowledging the mana of the whenua and the names that are allocated within the document acknowledges that in its true essence. It allows that mauri to be reconnected to the places that that nurture us, that surround us, that care for us, that provide our place that we call home. And finally, the last point that I would like to make is that, again, in 2065, I'm looking back to a decision that was made in 2025 to appoint 2 iwi rangers. But in 2065, I now see a team of iwi rangers working alongside a team of councillor rangers together, looking after the mana of our whenua together, for the betterment of all our people in this region together. So that partnership not only sits at this governance level, but it also filters down that partnership into our operations level, down further into our employees level in terms of our rangers who look after these places. That partnership is seen at every level of this council for the benefit of every level of the people that live in Aotearoa. So those are the 3 key points that I want to really set that platform for, that stand out for us, that, as you know, you've already read the document, that are things that we look back from in 2065, that the decisions that have been made at this table today have allowed those things to happen in the future for my grandkids, for your grandkids, for your grandkids' kids. Nō reira, kia ora. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Kia ora mai tātou.
And just to support that kōrero and just highlighting some of those key ingredients, especially here today with Lee and Maya and from Taranaki Whānui and Ashley, and of course we couldn't do without Bart and Ella and Paul and the team. So yeah, now that we've been kind of mixed up in the baking dish, I'm sure we'll hopefully we'll be able to come back here in 2026?
2065.
Yeah, because I think the problem with the last plan was they had a lot of good things written in it, but not much was kind of done on the ground, you know. So hopefully in this case it won't be like that. And yeah, thank you for your words, Huia.
Ngā mihi nui Huia and Robert he pātai o Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you. Just very quickly, thank you for coming in, and especially the analogy. I think it's brilliant. And I guess Bart being a baker is probably pretty appropriate, and just to say that, you know, those cookies were really nice. Weren't they, Holden? He ate my cookies. So the part that I have is regarding the name changes. So there's just there's a couple of recommendations. Is that supported by the group? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, it gives that mana to the whenua.
No, the ones that they don't want to change.
I'm sorry.
It was just those couple that to be deferred, eh?
Yeah, to be deferred.
Yeah,
so, right. So you're happy for that just to wait a little bit longer?
Yeah, it feels like a bit more conversations there to be had. Yep.
Okay, ka pai. Thank you. Hey, thank you.
I just had a quick partai kind of around the long-term vision, not just 100 years, but what kind of role do you see for the future in terms of kaitiakitanga and acknowledging mana whenua and giving back rangatiratanga to mana whenua in our land?
So, great question, thank you. Longevity is, to infinity and beyond, right? And in that sense, everything that's wrapped around that needs to be to infinity and beyond. We acknowledge that our country is and has been, to certain degrees over periods of time, bicultural. Often this isn't spoken about or thought about in that context, but we've been bicultural in this country since 1840, actually since the 1830s. Two degrees of biculturalism, and that has grown and grown and grown. Consciously or unconsciously, that has grown. Through different methods, that is still growing. And so there wouldn't be any reason for that to discontinue. So again, the longevity of that is about moving forward together, and ideally in a proactive let's hold hands movement, as opposed to you move forward over there and we'll move forward over here. Because within this region, and particularly because we're the capital city council, we need to set that model of how that happens for the right reasons, with true intention, key word there, with the appropriate motivations. And if we can seem to be doing that using a space that we all enjoy, i.e. everything between the sky and the earth, then we can't go wrong, right? I hope that answers your question.
Aye.
Kia ora.
He pātai o. Colleagues, any further pātai? I see no hands going up, but just to awhi and give you a massive thank you, both to yourselves, but the broader kaupapa and the massive network of mana whenua have been working on this plan. I've never seen anything like it in council. It's a really lovely day. Next we have up No Mai for Alahari and Port Andrews ki te ore e te kōrero to kind of go into introducing the report. You're welcome to stay seated at the table or just however you feel comfortable.
Kei te pai, I would like to leave the table now and just to make acknowledgement that we will be heading to Te Koroneihana and Te Kingitanga, and I will, as in true partnership, carry our thoughts from this council table to that wāhi as well, as mana whenua here. Nō reira, tēnā tātou. Kia ora.
Nō reira. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi, Robert and Huia. Today we're asking you to adopt Tātou Ki Uta, the Coastal Reserves Management Plan. Tātou Ki Uta is a reserves management plan prepared under the Reserves Act. It will guide how the Council cares for, protects and manages the use of the coastal reserves and open spaces over the next decade and beyond. This plan replaces older coastal reserve management plans, including the South Coast Management Plan from 2002, and sets out one integrated management framework for Wellington's coastal areas. It balances protection, access, use and resilience, and has been shaped by our strong partnership with mana whenua, and we've really tried to do things differently, as well as over 3,000 early inputs and 379 formal submissions from the public. The plan is guided by 5 core values: active partnership, enjoyment and access, connection to the landscape, protection and restoration of ecosystems, and a nature-first approach to climate resilience. The plan includes policies and actions, 8 sector plans to guide the management of specific areas, and a rules appendix. Around 75% of the plan's actions can be delivered within existing budgets and work programs. The remaining actions are subject to undertaking further work and consideration as part of future LTP processes. Implementation of actions will be staged over a 10-year plus timeframe. Adopting the plan does not commit council to this new spending. It provides strategic direction, supports prioritisation of existing resources, and informs those future investment decisions. As detailed in the committee report, the consultation feedback was diverse and showed overall support for Tātou Ki Uta. Within the final plan presented to you today, we've responded to the significant issues raised in the consultation, including providing a balanced approach to Te Kaupōhau Coastal Road vehicle access, a collaborative pathway for the Island Bay Bait House, strengthened policies for wildlife protection, including tighter direction on dog management and sensitive habitats, greater emphasis on accessibility and inclusion, with new commitments in Scorching Bay and Lau Bay. Several Te Rao Māori place names are ready to be restored now, with others we suggest should be deferred for further kōrero, and we're keen to bring this to you guys in the future. Other amendments we recommend to the plan are a response to include a range of editorial refinements, stronger recognition of the intertidal and marine zones, recognition of key water sports including surfing, diving and wind-powered recreation, and a clearer framework for the Akutangi Evans Bay Water Recreation Hub. So that's kind of the summary of it. Today, councillors, we invite you to adopt the plan, and following approval, if you approve it, we would then do final design work, including maps, photos and layouts, and they'll be completed before the plan's publication and distribution.
Ngā mihi, he pātai me utu e te mua o te tau patu. Colleagues, any pātai before we moved on to debate? I see, Pawiu Hohaya.
Yeah, kia ora. Just a quick one. So the extent to which you've really sort of leaned into this partnership recipe sounds unprecedented. Would that be a fair kind of assessment?
I think so, and definitely in our space. Yep.
Cool, thank you.
I can probably add to that. I think traditionally, as council, we've developed a plan and then we've presented a draft to our iwi partners.
Gotcha.
The approach we've taken here is we've started at the very beginning of the journey. Right. And I think that's been the success. I think from a council perspective, we tried some things at the start that didn't quite work, but I think by the end of the process, we were working really well as a team. We started with quite a big group of people, too many council officers, but I feel we've learned a lot through this process.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any further pātai colleagues? I see none. Ngā mihi nui, thank you for your time today. Yeah. Nā wai te motini I whakataka koutou, I understand Councillor Abdurrahman is going to be moving this paper.
Kia ora whānau. We got a really long day. I think this is a really good paper, so I just move it and I'll see if people have something to say so I can respond it. I move the paper.
I'll just draw folks' attention to the amended substantive in front of us here at the minute. I am the seconder of this motion, but I will reserve my right. Colleagues, is there any debate? Deputy Mayor Fone.
Kia ora, just to start off by acknowledging this paper, acknowledging the mahi, and especially acknowledging the unprecedented partnership. And I really am quite moved by this and see it as a way forward for us going forward. I love that we started together rather than presenting something as a draft. So thank you, that I can understand that being a big step. So I have just added in a couple of, I would say they're small amendments here. These actions are already in the plan, but they just bring forward the work, if we can, rather than being a long-term to a medium-term or shorter. And basically they're raised on behalf of KRL, so Kilburnie, Lyell Bay, Rongotai Business Group, around concerns around the stormwater issues. They are below the table and they provide a good example of how the pipe comes out onto the beach, but it is fully clogged up, and that means for them that if there is flooding, that can impact on the local community and businesses around them. We understand that our new water entity will need to do the mahi, but this is about bringing this forward so that we're ready with an understanding of what might need to be done. That includes nature-based solutions. And the other one, the 4.2, is really around bringing forward that kōrero around the signage as our piped streams or overflows go into our beaches. And this was an action in the Mayor's Task Force last term, was to how do we bring the connection and understanding about our awa going into our beaches, and that is those outfall pipes are a really good place to do that. And I think also I'm asking for that action to be brought forward, because that way some of the issues that our South Coast is dealing with will be more prevalent and understood by people. So to that, I just want to acknowledge all the mahi that's gone on, and I think we've landed in a good place. There are things that I would like to us to be harder on, particularly around the access by four-wheel drive vehicles on the South Coast. But I think this is a good start to start having the kōrero with people about how we treat our place. And I think that it's also up to us in council to how do we provide that better narratives, better storytelling on why we need to care for our places, that we can all be kaitiaki, and that provides almost like a citizenship action. So let's start there, and then if not, and we have to go harder, we might have to look at that in the future. There's lots more I could talk about the reo, the names. I think we've landed in a good place to smoothly go forward. But yeah, I think I'll leave it there. Dog control probably is the other one we need to address further in the future. But I think starting here is a good place to how we move forward with what restrictions, if at all, we need to put into that. So kia ora everyone for the mahi. And I just want to shout out to the beautiful day trip we had around Te Kopahau and around to
Deputy
Paruwhiro. Thank you. I loved it.
Ngā mihi, thank you. I'll try and be consistent today, everybody. Me whānau.
Just very briefly, I mean, it's easy enough to come and support this impressive piece of work. Voting for it is actually the easy task. So who I want to thank are, I mean, first of all, mana whenua and their partnership on this particular piece, but especially our staff. So we've had a couple of teams work on this, the Parks and Services team, really wonderful work, but also our Mātaho Aronui team as well. I think this is a really beautiful example of how the impact of Kārepa's team and their work and ensuring that we're including mana whenua at the beginning of the process. So really well done. Let's use this as the example of how we move forward. Nice work.
Colleagues, is there any further debates? I will just very briefly speak to this kaupapa. Hold up, if I can find my speech. Apologies. Yeah, just to tēnei te mihi ki a tātou tākaihere partners in this. In my time at council over the last 6 years, although quite short comparatively, I've never really seen a strategy that's had mana whenua in the room every single hui. And I just really want to thank people that place those relationships at the forefront and prioritise them, because it's been so wonderful walking alongside you, both literally and also as partners in this space. So to Lee, Robert, Ash, Huia, Bart, Paul, Ella and Sherilyn, and that's just to name a few, the kōrero there. There's been many different kinds of impactful kōrero that's been shared around this kaupapa, but the one that sticks with me is a conversation about what it means to you to be a good tūpuna. And tūpuna, for my colleagues that don't know, is kind of can be equivalent to an ancestor, a grandparent or a grandmother in the very Pākehā sense, though acknowledging we can't always translate meaning from language to language like that. But it's about making sure that the decisions we make today are in line with the kind of person that we want to be remembered by, that we want to be cared by for, and what it means to be a good caretaker now and to have courage to do some ambitious things, knowing that you yourself might not see the benefits, but a few generations down the line, they absolutely will. And just, that personal connection there being so important. And ko te moana, te wairoa, te ara, the sea is a sustenance of life, but we also know that climate change is real and encroaching, and there are many things that we may take for granted, like korora nesting under the wharf or taking a big swim at Lyle Bay, but it's really important to put the stake in the ground around this kind of kaupapa. So I just wanted to close out and on that and kind of cheer a little bit, because there are some really awesome actions, and I'm most excited about potentially getting iwi kaitiaki rangers teams, and I'd be so keen to ensure that both our iwi rangers or Māori kaitiaki rangers and our council rangers potentially get the training and the powers of fisheries officers as well, because then we could support the protection of kaimoana as well. But just to leave it there, I'm really excited to adopt this plan about caring for the coast together. Tātou ki uta, tātou ki tai. Councillor Abdirahman, did you have a right of reply?
Just to say a few things now. First of all, thank you so much, Ella and the team, and you really engaged with the community very well. And even though I have some complaints from my side, but I really appreciate how you engage with the community. I'm also, when I'm voting yes, but still I have reservations, especially because of number 11, where next year or the year after, when the team come back with the financial of how we get, financial allocations. So I'm not sure what that's gonna look like, if that's gonna be a priority next year or the year after. But at this stage, I really appreciate what you have done, and with my reservation aside, I'm supporting in general. Thank you.
Hi. And nā nei ki potetia te motini. Colleagues, did we want to take anything separately, or are we good to go? We are good to go. All right, we'll pop that to the vote. Kua mana, I declare the motion carried. Kia ora. On to item 2.2, advisory groups and your reports. No mai Anna Calva e te korero.
Kia ora, councillors. Very happy to introduce these reports for our wonderful advisory groups. I'll take it as read. They meet all the requirements of the current terms of reference. But I would, just on behalf of the engagement team, would just like to give a big mihi to everyone on the advisory groups and our sincere thank you for a great few months. Happy to take any pātai if I can answer them.
Pātai me uti te mua o tau patu. Also just encapsulating, this is on the annual reports, but the paper next will be on the terms of reference. Councillor Abdirahman.
Thank you, Anna. Is there anything that you want to highlight from the report, and also when they did the report, is there anything that you want to respond to what is in the report as well?
No, I'm happy with the report. You had that great workshop on Tuesday. I think everything was covered then. Nothing more from me personally.
Thank you.
Did I see any more hands up? No? Aye. Kia ora. Thank you very much, Anna. Mā wai te whakahoinga mā wai te motini e whakataka koutou. I'll be moving the motion. Because we had such a fulsome discussion on Tuesday, I'm happy to just leave it at that. Mā wai e tautoko. Do I have a seconder? Aye. Councillor McNulty.
incredibly quickly. Just want to thank the Youth Council. It's been a real privilege to be the councillor representative that sat on that organisation over the last almost 3 years. They're a fantastic bunch of people. They have aspirations far broader than just wheelies and where to put takeaways. And I'm looking forward to many of them sitting around this table in times to come and, representing our city. So it's great to get those reports back across the youth group, across all the advisory groups. But of course, I have a soft spot for the youth council as the best because I got to serve with them.
Aye, some very impressive leaders. I'll just signal as well. Councillor Free, I understand you might want to table the updated Pacific Advisory Group report. Did you want to do that with the agenda?
Very happy to do that.
Aye, cool. Yeah, thank you. Deputy Mayor Foon.
I just want to also acknowledge the Pacific Advisory Group and really thank them for their input to the Pacifica Festival, and that we acknowledge their mahi and really value it and would really love to make sure that this mahi continues. So just really an endorsement of what we discussed the other day. But yeah, really want to see that work continue over this break time. So thank you.
Right. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Well, it was a pleasure working with the Ethnic Advisory Group as well. We had a very smart, articulate and humble bunch of groups. Really appreciate, and Faiza's warm, welcoming approach and Workina's assertiveness and Rachel's calm kind of working relationship with officers was something that really needs to be drawing in the future. And I think it's also showed, that was a really good showcase in the last year, how the ethnic community is resourceful, and if we know how to utilize it. And I'm very happy with their contribution. I look forward the Ethnic and the Pacifica and the rest of them working together in the panel as well, and in a bit more assertive way. And I look forward for that input as well. And I really appreciate their report. Thank you.
It's certainly been a highlight for me throughout public hearings and whatnot whenever an advisory group comes to the table. I just wanted to make the point, because we get this just about every single annual report and it's so consistent, but to thank our wonderful Democracy Services advisors that sit with late into the night, every single advisory group meeting. They can't miss a single one, and I know that you are all warmly regarded as a really nice relationship and supporting the advisory group members with anyone else in council. So just a quick mihi to you. Bye. E nāne ki potetia te motini, and I put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Kua mana, that has carried. Right, colleagues, I'm so impressed. We're making great time. Over to item 2.3, Advisory Group Transition Progress Update and Terms of Reference. No mai Mandy and Lexi, ki te ore e te kōrero. I just invite you to introduce the report, but maybe if you wanted to address any new emerging information or respond to any of the points raised earlier.
Kia ora, councillors. The paper outlines progress in the transition of the advisory groups to the new hybrid advisory group model as directed by the committee in November of 2024. It also seeks approval of the terms of reference for the 5 identity-based advisory groups in that combined strategic advisory panel. We're not seeking approval of the model itself through this paper because that decision was made unanimously by this committee in November of last year. The change of model follows several reviews of the former model, which highlighted persistent issues, including unclear roles and expectations of members, poor timing of decision alignment, inconsistent effectiveness, unsustainable expansions of the model, and overall that the former model was no longer fit for purpose, which is something that we also heard from some of the advisory group members when they came to do their annual reports on Tuesday. All of the co-chairs of the former advisory groups, except for the Accessibility Advisory Group, have provided feedback on these terms of reference, those elements that remained open to operational change, and we've attached a document to the paper that outlines the changes proposed by the co-chairs and how we integrated them into the terms of reference. All of the advisory groups have now had their final meetings and have finished up in their former iteration. Once the terms of reference are approved, we'll conduct an expression of interest and interview process, initially with those former advisory group members, and this aligns with our standard change process procedure at Council. After the EOI process, any unfilled positions will be advertised externally and they'll be open to the rest of the community. If the proposed timelines hold, we'll be conducting welcomes and inductions of the new members in February next year. So before I finish, I just wanted to take a moment to address two of the points that were made at the Advisory Group annual report Hui on Tuesday, and also raised by one of the former Youth Council members today. Some of the members of some of the former advisory groups felt that there should be an increase in group size. The membership size of the group was agreed by this committee in November of last year, and it was based on really extensive research that was presented at the time. That group size of 8 for most of the groups and 12 for Rangatahi Youth Communities Advisory Group isn't arbitrary. The research and also our experience as engagement professionals shows the advantage of groups of that size because they facilitate the delivery of really good advice. So 6 to 9 members is where groups deliberate best, and above that, voices often get lost, which is something that we have seen in the former advisory group model. They boost accountability, so smaller groups discourage people from not turning up or not participating when they do. And they further support participation because equal turn-taking and a balanced contribution is much easier to facilitate in smaller groups. And finally, they align with best practice, so international advisory models converge around similar numbers. We really do empathise with the advisory group members wanting to retain their positions, but we don't support an increase in group numbers because by increasing group numbers, we would also increase the likelihood that some of the issues that have been really well identified continue into the new model. And we've tried larger numbers before and they have not worked. And ultimately, we want the best experience for advisory group members and we want the best outcomes for Council. Finally, you'll have heard some of the individuals on Tuesday raise concerns about how they'll represent their communities with smaller group sizes, and I just wanted to make it really, really clear that we're not asking group members to represent or speak for entire communities like elected officials might. Outside of the democratic process, that would be an unrealistic and unfair assumption to put on members, and it actually represents a really outdated model of engagement. In the new model, members will contribute identity-informed perspectives from their lived experience and their community knowledge. They won't be acting as spokespeople for their communities. Kia ora. We now welcome questions.
He pātai me utu, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Lexi, for the hard work on this one. And my question is, you said small groups are better, but you're creating a bigger group, isn't it? You just say 8 is better compared to 12, but the strategic one is 40-something. How are you going to manage that one?
We, last year, some of you will remember that as part of the annual plan engagement, we held a citizens' assembly. And that citizens' assembly was incredibly impactful and successful. That had around 44 people. And to be honest, my experience of managing that was that it was tricky. It was tricky to get everybody to the same point where they can understand the issues so that they can make good advice. So we can do that really well with great facilitation, but by increasing the numbers, we obviously increase the likelihood that that strategic advisory panel would become unruly.
just following up, for that, the bigger group, only for the facilitation, including engagement, it's about 85K. But to increase the number from 8 to 12, one of the reasons not to seems to be mentioning not enough funding.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just get some clarification on the question about the 85K, please, to answer that adequately?
85K is in the report. That's for facilitation or for the bigger group?
My memory is that it's not 85K. I think I would have to look back at the paper, but the facilitation is around 10K. I'd have to have a look at that and come back to you.
One more pātai, Councillor Abdurrahman, or I can put you back on the list.
Yep.
Hi. Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for all your work on this. I know it's taken a lot. You did a lot of meetings. My experience of being on track is that people are away. I know you're trying to get people. So if you've got a smaller number of people, then you've got no margin to have that. So how do you think that can be addressed? I mean, people get sick, you know.
People do get sick, and absolutely acknowledge that. Part of, we would have to manage that, and if people are sick, they are sick. However, part of the nature of the groups is that we are pre-planning, so making sure that we have ample opportunity to advise people when those meetings are coming up, and we would also connect with people if they were sick to bring them up to speed with what might have been happening in the group. So with any attendance of any meeting, you're always going to come across issues where people are sick. That doesn't necessarily mean it would dilute the advice that's provided out of those groups.
Yeah, and there's also just work commitments because it's only 2 hours, right? Like it's, you know, yeah. The other question I had, we are going to be debating that next with the Rainbow Action Plan, is whether you see that you might get better engagement if people have got something that they can work on that is actively delivering for the community that they're particularly interested in. Because I think that the staff were worried that the Rainbow Action Plan might encourage people to do more, and I'm like, great, that's what I want to see happen.
So part of the new advisory groups is really working with groups on their work plan. So being quite strategic around what is the work that is coming up, aligning with the key decisions that council will be making, and also identifying strategic projects that are really dear to the hearts of the groups. So working with them, with each individual group, to identify what that would be, have that program happening over the 3-year term so that they are passionate about what they're working on.
Oh yeah, no, I understand that. My question was around actually having an action plan. We're going to agree one for the rainbow communities. Could that be done for other communities? And we've obviously got some other work for some of them, but the ethnic communities doesn't yet.
I think that's something we would work with the groups on. What are the things that they would like to see happen? What does council want to see happen? So it's got to be a combination of both a priority for council and for the particular groups. The model is to assist council in making good decisions at the front end of the process. So if there are elements coming up that the groups are particularly passionate about, they can raise it, but it does need to align with what council is proposing from a strategic priorities perspective.
Right. Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to address your comment regarding you don't expect the members to actually represent all communities, and I understand the difficulty in doing this. So I asked the question at one of the meetings this morning, is it feasible, is it possible for anyone who actually has something to ask, to contribute to one of these meetings, to actually sub for one of the existing members, or are they members only who are allowed to go, or is it the group that has a certain number of members? Like, can they actually get someone to come in and actually speak on a particular subject?
I think one of the points to make is that the advisory groups are one mechanism for providing advice and insights to council. There are still multiple other mechanisms that need to support that, so it's not replacing those other ways of engaging with communities as a whole. So we would still be wanting to do that both through councillors actually, going out and talking to communities, the engagement team, officers in particular projects would still continue to do that, which support the advice that's being provided by the advisory group. So it's not just one lever, it's multiple levers to bring in the right information to council.
Okay, can I follow up on that? Thanks. Okay, so following on your train of thought, my second question was to actually ask what mechanism is there for to represent other groups that are not part of these advisory groups to actually come in? Would they have an opportunity to come to the hybrid meetings that you're going to have, the joint meetings, to perhaps speak at those or introduce their own specific issues?
I think that's the same as the previous question in that, and just recognising Lexi's point that actually facilitation and management of those groups needs to be really well oiled. We need to be able to create spaces where everybody has a voice, and increasing the numbers in that would dilute that opportunity. There are multiple other ways that people can represent their views, just as we have different groups, residents associations, business groups. These groups are just one leverage to get that information coming in.
Yep, okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
This one is regards to the financial impact of increasing or decreasing the numbers. It's going to be the same meeting, officers will be there. So what is the difference between making from 8 to 7 or from 8 to 9, other than the hourly payment you make for those individuals?
So it comes back to the core of the design of the model. So, and information and best practice and research shows that the larger the group, the longer it takes to come to consensus. Giving everybody the opportunity to have a voice is key. As you expand that group, it becomes more difficult. So therefore, decision making, providing good advice can take a lot longer and not be as effective as you increase the size of the group. So ultimately, the support for taking that information, framing it up, providing advice would increase as you increase the group size.
Specifically asking financial side of it. I do understand the other side, the financial side. Is there any other extra expenses other than the hourly payment if you increase the number? Because anyway, you are having a meeting, whether 8 people or 9 people will be there. Of course, there will be some cookies and...
Yes, there would be an increase to the training provided. So we've got a per person training allocation, so we would need to increase that to train individuals. We would also need to increase the facilitation fees because, again, as the groups get bigger, you need tighter facilitation. You would also need to increase staff support with the size of the groups getting larger to make sure that we had the effective advice provided back to council.
Just to add to that, the financial side is a little bit of a red herring. It's incredibly important because there is no fat in our budget for an increase in numbers. However, I'd like us to take a step back and look at the integrity of the model. We all want the best outcomes for the community, and tweaking the model before it has even come into effect does jeopardize that.
So the evidence that we have been presented is some research and from Woolley, and there are the other 2 researchers. Is there any other model other than the French model where this model been proven to be working in any other cities in the world, let alone in New Zealand?
Yes, I believe that the chair circulated extensive research done by both Sam Hutchinson and my team last night. Is that right?
Could you just, for the record, mention a single city, where does this work?
That's perhaps a leading question and has been addressed already, so I'll keep the partai relevant to new information.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. No. I just had a partai around resourcing for the engagement team. I'm trying to envision the structure in my head at the minute, but in terms of team capacity to facilitate a larger amount of members, would that sit with DEM services, engagement, or like in transitioning to the new model, have we planned for staff levels when it comes into force? Or
Kia ora. So the transition from democracy services to the community engagement team has just happened now. It's just been completed. Since receiving the direction from this committee, we have created an organisational structure in the community engagement team specifically to support this model. There is absolutely no fat in my team to increase the workload.
just a clarifying question, the annual review that's going to take place once a year, will that also consider the remuneration or level of service?
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, there were just two other questions. So the numbers for the Youth Council have been increased, which is fine. I just wonder though, couldn't in a way the same logic be applied to other groups as well? And my second question, sort of following on from that, there's been some points made around attendance, but sometimes that is because people have got some pretty major challenges. So just, would you agree with that second one? And then the first one, yeah, could you see that there would be the same sort of changes in terms of lives? Just the same as for the young ones.
So the increased numbers of 12 for the Youth Council that was taken into account in the model. So the nature of younger people with transitioning in their lives, and also wanting to ensure that we were providing opportunity to develop participation skills was a key reason for increasing those numbers. So there was a specific reason for that versus the number of 8 for the other groups. So I don't think the logic for me applies to the other groups that we've got. I do acknowledge that, yes, we've all got busy lives and things to do, but at the moment we're having monthly meetings for the advisory groups, and often there are not sufficient projects or direction and outputs that are coming out of those meetings. So enabling to have very strategically focused meetings. So we're the flexibility to increase meetings when we need meetings, the flexibility to not have a monthly meeting just for the sake of having a monthly meeting strengthens the new model.
So when I say challenges, I'm talking about mental health issues. I'm not talking about having a busy life. I'm talking about some people facing major discrimination, and actually that makes life a lot harder than for others.
Yes, I completely acknowledge. We all have multiple things going on in our lives, and yes, it can be a number of different issues. We would certainly be supporting and working with members to support them as much as we could if any issues arose.
Okay. Colleagues, any further partai? I see none. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you, Lexi and Mandy. Appreciate all the extra time that's gone into this model. Colleagues, I'm really happy to move the paper today. I want to acknowledge that this has been a journey of trust and relationships with many of our advisory groups, and that the whakaaro has evolved over the years, and trying to acknowledge that and work with people as new things come up. I'm incredibly comforted by the evidence, the depth of research outlined both in the paper but also in previous research reports. I understand there's been 35 hui specifically to do with the engagement model, and a lot of those times fall out of the 9 to 5 business day, and I know that our staff have been working really hard overtime. To acknowledge that in meeting with different advisory group members, I understand there is a diversity of views and not always have members been 100% happy about everything in the terms of reference. But as I stated last night, to clarify publicly as well, that we passed the hybrid model unanimously over a year ago. We were told that establishing new groups at that time would mean that they would have to probably be wrapped up before we went to the new model. We all kind of accepted that, and that timeline is very clear to see and on the record. And I wanted to make that known because I've heard an assertion that this is as officers putting their view forward in this, but actually it's our view, and we've constrained them to the terms of reference. The hybrid, changing from the hybrid model is out of scope, changing the number of members is out of scope, and changing the frequency of meetings was out of scope. So staff have done their best to work within the parameters that we set November of last year. So I just wanted to acknowledge that before we roll into debate. Bye. Mawai e tautoko. Is there anyone that would be able to second it? Councillor Matthews, would you like to speak? Aye, cool. We go to debate, and I...
Hang on. I give my amendment. I said my amendment.
Yeah. I'm just about to... We've just entered into debate, so now is the perfect time if you'd like to move that, and we'll pop it up on the screen. And happy to take questions before it's seconded in case there are any amendments. Did you want to move the amendment?
Yep. Kia ora whanau. Look, I have a reservation again about the whole model itself. And for me, you might disagree. I see this is good for councillors, good for the governing body, good for the bureaucracy, but not good for the advisory group, not good specifically for the ethnic community. Again, you might disagree with me. My perception of this is it's not intentional from officers' perspective because they're trying to solve a problem. The current model, we do have a problem, and we all know that. And this came from that notion and how we can address it. And I don't think so. This is the way to address. And this is what I perceive an assimilationist kind of views where you just try to make all the advisory groups into one group, and they struggle, and the whole idea will be fighting among themselves. Let me give you one example. If ethnic community wants strategic input or an action plan to feed back into the council, it has to go to that panel and needs to be convinced by the whole panel, needs to be supported to some extent. So that is the strategic level, because the strategic level panel's job is to do with long-term plan and with annual plan as well. It's clearly indicated in the paper. That is where the struggle comes in. However, I'm happy to give it a go and to look at it, how this is going to progress, because we have already made a decision previously, and I would love to see it. Now what I'm asking you is, can we just at least increase the number from 8 to 12? If we use the logic, it is okay to increase for the use from 8 to 12. We can make it from 12 to 16, and we can make for the ethnic and the Pacifica, which they clearly requested on Tuesday when they did their submission, the report. They said they wanted to be 12. And I'm asking that for us to listen to them. We want them to advise us and to listen to that advice. I myself also convinced that we should have that number as a backup. And some of the advisory group clearly said that they might not need 12. That's why I said up maximum is 12. If they want 8, good. If they want 10, good. But maximum to be 12. Then the research itself says between 8 and 12. And we are taking 8 from the bottom. And the second one is just to review, that is easy for when it comes to payment annually. And this is a small amount of money we're paying them. Some of them are students, especially they use every little things matter and make difference. So I look forward for your support on this one, and thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Before it is seconded, we're going to provide the opportunity to take some questions. I've got Councillor Matthews, and who was the hand up from over here? Okay, aye. Pātai Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, my question is 2.2. I just want to check that that happens anyway. Is that going to happen anyway?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's not clear in the terms, but I don't have a problem if it's happening.
I'm asking staff.
Yep.
I guess I'm not saying that's a reason to vote against it. I'm checking that's going to happen.
Okay. Colleagues, is there... Oh, Mandy?
Yes, we would review that as part of the annual review.
Yeah. I wanted to check that in order for a view to be sought from a particular diverse community, that it didn't need to be approved by the hybrid panel. They can just share their view from their group.
Absolutely, yeah. So they can still share their views on an individual advisory group perspective, but the panel is to bring us together and really ensure that, and advisory groups have recognised that they'd like to have that more intersectionality, more sharing of ideas.
Aye. Did I see a hand, Deputy Mayor Phone?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the potential costs of this and just the process, because if this is extra budget, where would it come from?
That may be a partai for the mover, but we'll see with the team.
So as Lexi indicated, there is no budget within the current advisory group budget, so that budget would need to be found elsewhere if the numbers were to increase, including attendance fees and any associated costs with the increase in size of groups.
Supplementary, if a source for new funding is not specified, what would the process be?
I would need to check with our finance team, but usually when there's additional costs that's added, we would take out debt funding in order to fund that increase, that unbudgeted increase to our annual plan. So,
yeah, that's right. It'll be an annual plan request.
But the...
Yeah, it would have to be part of the determination for the annual plan. So as we were budgeting for the annual plan, it would be included in that.
Yeah, when it's done out of cycle, we would, you would make that decision, and then we would fund that addition from debt. It would be debt funded.
Okay. Aye. Councillor Abdirahman.
Just a bit of clarification. So let's say Pacifica community or ethnic community propose something as strategic level to go into the long-term plan, and how that happen unless the panel, the strategic panel, support in majority?
So advice can be provided through the strategic panel, but groups can still put in their own submissions to ensure that their advice is considered alongside anything that comes out of the strategic panel.
So which panel's strategic suggestion would come as a suggestion to included in the report? This is my question, basically. Or all of them, if they said, we want this, it's just going to be included in the report, or those that went through the strategic plan that may get the support of the majority?
So the point of the strategic panel is to come together and understand perspectives and provide advice. However, whenever a council is going out on the long-term plan, you get multiple pieces of information coming in from various groups. There may be some things in the strategic panel that people can't agree on, and that can still come through in their individual submissions, but the areas where groups do agree, that would come through in the strategic advice. And so having that opportunity to come together and to look at a collaborative approach and understanding each other's perspectives and giving solid advice based on that is where we would be wanting to get to.
Yep, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yep.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, sorry, just on this matter, I wouldn't anticipate that the strategic panel would be like, it's just kind of a very, so could someone, because it's my anticipation of what it would do would be collate their kind of advice. We were all in the room and hear it, and then it may be kind of funneled through in some sort of document that brings together all of the different things that people say. Is my understanding of how that would work?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Colleagues, any further partai on this amendment? I see none. We can move back into debate. Just checking with mover and seconder, you're happy as is. Aye, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. So, I'd like to thank all the staff, including the late Sam Hutchison, for the work that they've done. I supported this model, so I'm fine to go ahead. I think the ability for groups to come together is really important. In my experience in track, there is a lot of intersectionality. There is so much that it does make sense that groups will come together and discuss some common issues. So just, colleagues, just to give a bit of background, some of us have been meeting with some of the groups for a few weeks now. I did word up an amendment for Councillor Abdul Rahman last week, but it's obviously been very, very busy with so many papers. The Ethnic Advisory Group has given us some clear feedback. In particular, my view is that we need to build the relationship with them and not argue over 4 people. It's really, for me, not that big a deal. Some groups will not go up to that. Track's reasonably relaxed on that, but it just does mean that there is more people there. I think, given the way that the council has not always engaged with our various ethnic communities, I think this would be a small gesture towards them. In my experience, 8 is a very tight number. I know there is going to be more an effort to get people to come along, but just honestly, some people do have more challenges than some of us might have, and I'll just really speak from that perspective in track. There are very, very big challenges. So I think having a bit of room to move so that you've got that number is absolutely fine. Track, again, ranges young, maybe not always as young as the Youth Council, but they're pretty young, and so I think that logic, again, of people going through major life changes is appropriate if the Youth Council can have a few more. The pay, look, I just wanted it noted there, it was raised by a member to me, and I don't think it was in the terms of reference. Apologies if I missed it, but I didn't see it there. And just my last point, we can spend an hour arguing over these numbers, but for me, having sat on a number of advisory groups, the most important thing to do is to have some work to do that will deliver to the communities that we are most concerned with. So Councillor O'Neill and I collaborated, and we got a Rainbow Action Plan over the line to get some work done. That is going to be the frame of reference for that group going forward. That things that will actually deliver for rainbow communities. And that is, while process and meetings is important, delivery has got to be the ultimate end. So I hope that we can just get on with that delivery.
Councillor Matthews.
I won't be supporting 2.1. I'm happy to support 2.2. I guess I just want to reframe my view of what our role here is about making the decisions. And while I have listened and understand and kind of respect the concerns of groups that have come to us about the membership, I don't think our role is to say yes to kind of every kind of question and concern. I think our role as governors of this entire organisation that includes the advisory group is to make the best decision that we can based on the evidence and all of the information that we have, which is different. So I see, it actually being quite different and a greater level of responsibility. And for me, that is holding the holistic nature of the change of the model, which is a response to the groups not working. And one of the things that has not worked is the size of the groups. And so I'm very reluctant to make what I see to be such a significant change for a variety of reasons. I also want to say the idea that the groups would pick how many members they have, I think that puts a very difficult decision on our staff who are actually going to run the recruitment process to the group. So I see the most likely outcome if we say it will be 12, it will be 12. But I guess I want to talk about the lack of attendance. And I understand the complexity of people's lives. And having worked very closely with AAG for 2 terms, it can be very, very hard. The journey even to get into the room is extremely hard. However, I've been in meetings with a couple of members, and there have been members of the group I have never met. And hybrid attendance models are important. However, it is really, really difficult for the group to form relationships with each other and with our organisation if they don't come, and also they can sort of disappear. And I think that's what happens with a large group. And I think that what we want to do and what is key to this model is a smaller group that is better supported, and that we will dilute that support if we increase the numbers. There is a logic to do it with Youth Council, in that Youth Council, people become not part of that group in a way that doesn't happen with the other groups. People don't suddenly become non-disabled or non-ethnic minority or non-rainbow in the way that happens with Youth Council. I want to say again, these groups are not representative. That's too much to put on them. They are not a replacement with our engagement with the groups and the wider community, but also the representative organisations that already exist. That's essential. I'm sorry, I know I'm coming close to time. I want to say that my comments are based on very deep commitment and engagement with these groups I have had over 2 terms, and I really want this model to work. So I encourage you, please, let's give it a go in its entirety.
Councillor Chung.
I guess the key thing that I want out of this hybrid group is to ensure that no one is excluded, and so that anyone who actually has something to actually bring to this group is actually listened to, and that was the reason for my questions here. I've worked with many multinational organisations, and we had the same issue there. So instead of representing various different groups, we represented various different countries. And so we always looked at what was the best model to actually have people representing these different countries. And typically the larger countries wanted more people in them, and so they wanted better representation. But of course that skewed the discussion and conversation and debate in those conversations. So the biggest companies settled on a number of between 6 and 8 representatives, and they found that was an optimal number to actually have to get a wide range of different opinions. Now, I go and see various different organisations in Wellington, various different ethnic organisations, and up to about 10 or 11. And even in a recent submissions that we actually made on the Chinese Mission Church in Frederick Street, we had 4 different separate groups and 4 different Chinese groups making submissions and representations. So that shows how many different groups and how many different opinions there are. So how do you actually include all these different groups and all these different ethnicities in these discussions? And I think that the only way is that to extend an open invitation to any groups that actually want to come in and contribute something. we can't, and my feeling is that, and based on my experience in these other companies, is that the larger the groups you have, the conversations aren't actually better. They're different, but they're not necessarily better, and they're not necessarily helpful in actually reaching conclusions. And when you have a large country that has a lot of representatives, they can actually discuss what they actually think, what they actually want with the people who are going to be representing that country. And so you can actually still get a wide range of views with a representation of 6 to 8 people. So I'm very much for this hybrid model, and I do agree that having this number does seem to be a workable number. Now, I've had discussions when I went to a recent ethnic advisory group meeting. We discussed this very same thing, where they were pushing to have 12 representatives on there. But listening to them and talking about what they wanted, I still feel that they could actually have that representation of all their views with 8 people, and they can actually express those views. But of course, I'm open to changing this. If this doesn't actually work, if they find that there are issues with it, then we will review it and we will look at these numbers again. So, but at the moment, I'm quite content with what council officers recommend. Thank you.
Oh, and the time as well. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, just did want to speak to this item, and I wanted to thank both the mover and the seconder for bringing it and allowing us to have this discussion around the membership size of the groups, because while I might not be a night owl, I am an early bird, and I did actually quite enjoy receiving Councillor O'Neill's email, which had links to evidence. And I mean, I think it's quite a contextually difficult question to answer, and I think it comes across definitely in all of the research, and we do hear some of those extremities through the debate that we've had today around making sure that everyone is represented in the model and making sure that everyone has their voice heard. But in a world where everyone is so different, it's entirely impossible to have everyone's voice represented without having everyone in the room. And so we do get into this kind of discussion about what is the right size of the group to have. And it also gets into that discussion of, is this representative or is this advisory? And there's obviously a whole nother conversation about participatory democracy versus deliberative democracy, but that's not for today. When I was looking through the advisory group report, there were kind of a couple of things that stuck out to me that then aligned quite well with what I read in some of their evidence. The 2 ones were really around a well-planned agenda and enabling clear advice to be provided. And both of those, for me, require a lot of conversation. They require a lot of connection amongst people. And I think even as, you know, a council that has so many members, we know what it's like trying to get us all to agree on something. And one of the things that actually stuck out to me in the evidence was this idea of valence. It's how much an individual in a group has a desire to see a particular outcome, or the group come to a particular outcome. And a lot of their research talks to the size of groups being a key contributor to how connected someone feels to a particular outcome. So when you do have more people in the room, you do hear more voices, but what you do have is a dilution of people's connection to the outcome, the dilution of people's feeling of themselves represented and ultimately what is presented. So going through a lot of the evidence here, I am really comfortable with starting off with 8. And I would agree with Councillor Chung, it is good to start at this point and give it a go and then make some revisions. And of course with 2.2, with it already happening, I'm very happy to agree to that as well. So I would encourage you to support 2.2, but I won't be supporting 2.1.
Councillor Calvert.
I'm really disappointed of this debate where we're at, especially around the ethnic advisory group, because I know they've really struggled to even get a group formed. It's been a number of years. Finally got one after a lot of toing and froing. But look, I think it's got to be a bit fair. I mean, we've said 12 for the Youth Council. I can't see any problem with 12 for everyone. Yes, we can review the numbers, but rather than having to review them to go up, we could review them to come down if 12 is not a manageable number. But let's get some real evidence first, and not just cherry pick what evidence we want to listen to. I mean, some of the comments against Councillor Abdurham's amendment have been frankly patronising. against our communities. We sit here, 18 people round this table, and we're saying 12 is too many. So I think we have to look at ourselves when we say 12 is too many. So, and I think it's important. Yes, we need to listen and we need to respect, but we need to listen properly, and we need to listen to all the voices around our city. And I think arguing, and I think, our chief executive's not here, Matt Prosser, but, as he said, it's a bit like our budget. The budget's not a target. So we might allow up to 12, but if we can't find, a suitable mix, it doesn't necessarily have to be 12. So I'm pleased to support Councillor Abdurrahman's amendment. I think us having this sort of debate, patronising, and I have to say, I feel very progressive at the moment in supporting Councillor Abdurrahman's amendment.
I would just caution against putting words in other people's mouths. I let you say it the first time, but if we could just keep it relevant to the items of debate rather than targeting personal comments.
Targeting anybody?
The personal comments making aspersions about what other people intended.
If you want, we can talk about it afterwards, but I don't know what personal comment, the normal person.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I'll speak to the paper, an amendment in one, and I will try and do so quickly. This is a long day. Look, I have some discomfort on the amendment. I really do think there is quite a clear justification to go down into smaller groups, and I'm actually generally comfortable with that direction. But my view is the current model is broken. If I walk down the street and I walk past members of PAG, TRAC, EAG, AAG, I don't think I would recognise most of them, and I think that is true of nearly all councillors outside of their own group, and I think that's the problem, that we should basically know most of our advisory groups, at least by face, and we don't at the moment because they've been siloed off. So I absolutely support the change in the model, but I've kind of had a vision in my head since day one through this process of what I would hope this new model looks like, and it's that we're going to elevate our advisory groups into a real advocacy group, a united voice that future councillors are going to genuinely be hard pressed to ignore. So, if we wanted to take a particular course of action in a long-term plan, and that strategic panel says unequivocally no, I want that no to be genuinely uncomfortable for councillors to ignore or disagree with, because that's then we've empowered them to a level in the decision-making. So when I have that North Star in mind, I get into a real struggle, because setting these groups up from day one, but not... I don't want to say ignoring, but not comply with their sort of almost unanimous chorus on some larger numbers feels like a direct contradiction to those 2 points of what I want these groups to do for councillors, but what they've asked of us. And I think the words of Joaquin have really sat in my head over the last 24 hours. We are the advisory groups, let us advise you. So look, I actually think this is a really difficult amendment, and I struggle with it, and I appreciate quite a lot of councillors would probably do the same. I just think grounded by that North Star of I want their decisions to matter and carry weight, and for us to really struggle to ignore them, I have to go here with supporting the call that's come through, even though that might not possibly be for the best facilitation of a group. But that's the philosophy and dream I sort of had at the top of it, so I'm going to go with that. But difficult amendment, difficult debate, and I don't blame any councillors for where they land on their votes today.
E te kaikone here, Councillor Abdurrahman, I pairangi ana koe kia whakautu.
Let me start with positive things, and thank you so much for officers, especially in organizing the forum, the one we had at Kilbirnie. That was really lovely. We enjoyed the food and the company with everyone, and that was really good. And the engagement has been amazing, especially special thanks to Alisi from Democracy Service and the whole Democracy Service, because the ethnic community, the advisory group seems to be talking about it again and again, so I want to acknowledge that. Instead of just keep talking to the amendment, I want to talk about the people who've been serving us for the last 12 months. Bayan Abu Hairbid, she is a public servant. She did work for United Nations and in community sector and public services. Chelsea Wong, She is one of the committee members for the New Zealand Chinese Wellington branch. Faiza Abubakar, she is a community advocate and also a henna artist. Judah Semong, he's from Botswana, the manager of Changemakers Refugee Forum. He's a musician as well. Manisha Morer, she is an Indian community chair and the one based in Kilburnie. Nora Abdul Manan, she is an Egyptian from the Egyptian community completing her degree in political science. Nuza Salim, she's a Wellington-based researcher, a PhD candidate focused on refugee use and inclusion. Rachel Kay, she is a Multicultural Council of New Zealand chair. Sam Abdikalam, Sam brings over 20 years of governance and community leadership, backed by a doctorate and 2 master's degree. Sum Sum Twai, she is 8th generation New Zealand Chinese, working at Tujuba. He is the African Community Council chair. Yarang Mam from the Buddhist community, he came to New Zealand in 2001. Those are the people who've been serving you for the last 12 months. I know it's hard, for some of you very uncomfortable. For me, it's my job sometimes to make you uncomfortable and representing the community. And also, I'm not going to be making any personal in this space. And, you know, if you vote in support, I'll leave that for your conscience. And let's see how the model is going to work. And thank you for the support for those of you supporting. Thank you.
I understand there's appetite to take 2.2 separately. Should we do voting on 2.2 first, and then we will vote on... Oh, yeah. Okay. How about we vote on 2.2, then vote on 2.1, and then we'll vote just on 2.
And can we have a division?
Right, yep.
Thank you.
So this is Anaine ki potete e te motani for 2.2. Kua mana, that has carried. Now voting on 2.1.
It's already there.
Increase in members. Kua ngere, that has failed. Voting on number 2.
Sorry, what's being voted on now?
So we're voting on adopt the recommended terms of reference for the advisory groups and strategic advisory panel. Aye, with the following change, and 2.2 passed and 2.1 failed.
Thanks.
Is that clear? Yeah, flag if anyone wants to change their vote. Aye. So that was... Aye, on the record.
Actually, I don't care.
Yes. Aye. Righto. We are on to item 2. Was that not the substantive? Oh, aye. Ooh-wee. Councillors, is there any further debate? We are now on the substantive in its entirety. Aye, Councillor Matthews.
Sorry, just very briefly, I just want to thank everybody for all of their work, and you know, and I think that was a really good discussion that we had, actually, and I want to thank the movers for bringing that amendment, even though I didn't support it. I think that you know, I think we're about to enter into an exciting time. I recognise that there has been some pain about the process, and that change, you know, it is difficult. And I want to thank all of the advisory group members for all of their work, and I'm really, really excited about the future model and our interactions. I want to thank Councillor McNulty for actually setting the vision, and because I am so grateful for this process, and I think that we have an opportunity here to strengthen it. And I'm very, very excited about the future. And I don't know if there was a comment about me being patronising, but I want to say that I have deeply engaged with this process. And I also just want to acknowledge the legacy of the work of Sam Hutchison and how valuable it was, and how I think it sets us up, including the members, for success in the future. And I'm very open to change if it's needed. And if I'm here. These are a very important and significant part of our work, advisory groups. And I think if you don't go and don't meet these people, you're really missing out. And I've really learned a lot and gained a lot from the relationships that I have made and from hearing and supporting the work of the Accessibility Advisory Group over the last 6 years. Thank you.
Colleagues, is there any further debate? I have no right of reply. E naine ki pote tia ti mōtini. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Yep, we can have a division.
Yeah. 2.2 and the rest. Which one are we voting?
The whole thing. Yeah, noting division is recorded on earlier votes as well, so that will still be in the minutes. Councillor Free? She's online. Well, she was a couple minutes ago. Aye. Maybe we'll close the vote. Ko mana, that has carried. Righto, colleagues. We are in the last home stretch before lunch, so I will just ask for us to move on to item 2.4, report back on Rainbow Action Plan. No Mai, Lily and Jeff. Ki te hore te kōrero. Kia ora both. You can take the report as read, but if there was any kind of new information or anything new that's arisen.
Kia ora, councillors. So I just wanted to say thank you to our public participants earlier this morning, Brian on behalf of TRAC, Takatapui Rainbow Advisory Council, and Jade on behalf of Cahoots Workshop for your words of support for the Rainbow Action Plan, and also a big thank you to TRAC for continuing over time, over nearly a year, to share your wealth of lived experience and wisdom in developing the Rainbow Action Plan. So we will take the paper as read and welcome questions.
He pātaio, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, I'm just curious about number 5, because obviously we've got a number of advisory groups. So when we talk about people of colour and migrants, how does that play out with, say, the ethnic advisory group? I mean, how do you, could we be in a position where we've got some conflicting or maybe common ground? I'm just curious to understand how that happens.
Yes, there may well be some common ground there. The issue that has been raised with us is there are some particular segments of this community which we haven't had time to go and engage with, which are probably more marginalised than others. So we want to do some additional work to try and understand that issue. So, and they tend to be people of colour and in that area. So we just want to do some additional work in that space to understand their lived experience.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for all your great work. Is there actually a problem with doing more action plans? You seem to think that might, obviously it will be up to the new council.
Just because we are so constrained for time, I'm going to limit partai only to information that's relevant in the decision.
Yeah, but it is, because you say that...
No, you're asking about other action plans.
No, but that's a concern raised in the report, which I hadn't been aware of. And I just want to know why that was a concern from officers.
I'm not quite sure of the answer. We will certainly, our plan is to do some additional work, and we will update the plan if there's additional actions, which we will. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, colleagues, any further partai? Councillor Ahtunawan.
So if someone from migrant and refugee background come with an issue of inclusiveness, but still want to be in the space of the ethnic community, how are you going to identify which part of the identity belongs to where and where they're going to be directed? If they ask, example, as part of the action plan, they wanted their own space, which that space maybe they want to be with other ethnic, how are you going to address those kind of conflicting demands? Because people have multiple identities and they want both identities sometime in the same place.
Yes, absolutely recognise that, and that the way that the Rainbow Action Plan is framed is that it's addressed specifically to the rainbow community, while acknowledging that there may be other identities that members of the rainbow communities belong to, and that they may also belong to ethnic communities or takatapui, be people of colour. But for this plan, the scope is specifically for those that identify as rainbow. Does that answer your question?
So yeah, I will follow up.
I see no further partai, so mā waiti mōtini I whakataka koutou. I will invite Councillor Pennant to introduce the report. Thank you, Lily and Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just looking at the origins of the statement of standing on the shoulders of giants. It actually referred to Isaac Newton, which might actually be appropriate in this context, but we have co-opted it in activist circles, and I would just like to acknowledge rainbow communities all over the world who have basically done all the work so that we can get to this point where we're going to pass this plan, the first one in the country. There's been some amazing work that's been done, and I'm very grateful for it. I'd also like to thank members of the track past and present, who've done some fantastic work, and it's been an absolute privilege to be able to work with them. Most of this is going to be thank yous. Councillor O'Neill, I'd like to make a special acknowledgement of your leadership here. It is your legacy. Thank goodness we've had you here to do that work. I'm really grateful for it. And also just to acknowledge Councillor Matthews and former Councillor Fleur Fitzsimons for setting up, helping to set up track in the first place. That was a big thing. And our officers, particularly Christine Ford and Lily Young, have been exemplary. They have just come along and listened and put together a plan which does reflect the will of track. So I'm very grateful for that. So essentially, colleagues, you know me, I usually would like to be a bit more aspirational, but in this instance, I think it was appropriate to do a quite operational plan. We needed to get our own house in order with things like training and event management, city safety work, before we start really grappling with some of the major issues like violence, homelessness, unemployment, poverty. So this really is just to set the ground, and to be the first in a way that's quite sad, being 2025. But it is a good thing that we are taking this position, and hopefully other councils will do the same thing, and central government will as well. This plan is necessary. If you remember the history of it, there was supposed to be just some commitment to rainbow communities in the inclusion strategy, but actually Councillor O'Neill and I worked together to make sure there was a separate plan, and grateful to colleagues around this table who supported the work being done in this triennium. I wanted to get it done. That sent numerous emails about this, and we got agreement. That's because while I, as I said in my last speech, while I appreciate the chance to sit and talk in good process, the most important thing is to get things done, and this plan will allow this organisation and Rainbow Communities to get things done. Quite small things, not costing any extra money to the fiscal dries, but just some things that will literally make a difference to communities who, as Mr. Patchett said today, have made an enormous contribution to our city, but also who do face barriers, and it's time to remove them. 2025, there should be no discrimination against anyone because of the way they identify or who they choose to love. So, colleagues, I hope today that this will be a unanimous vote. I look forward to your support. Kia ora.
Kia ora. I'm going to total kōsekere but reserve my right. We have time for maybe one more speaker before lunch. Is there any further debate? Councillor Rogers.
I just had a question of the mover that she might be able to address in right of reply, and it was just with the original plan being discussed with TRAC, whether these amendments were also have gone through the same process. Yeah.
Colleagues, is there any further debate? Might even be able to do. Should we get it done before lunch? I just want to. I'll take my time to speak then. Begin with a mihi to acknowledge the efforts of several staff, both past and present, and our wonderful Queer at Council staff network group, all of our fantastic librarians that go above and beyond for our city and our queer tamariki. I've observed in my time at council probably the best moments, but also the most terrifying moments as a member of the Rainbow community myself. But every single staff member, and it's often outside of the role of their normal job description, will work really hard to make sure that the Rainbow community is safe and supported. This is not a new fight, and it does stand on the shoulders of giants, but from discrimination to marriage equality to rights for transgender people and acknowledgement spans both the left and right political spectrum and history really proudly in Wellington. We've always been a home for rainbow activism, and in most recent years we've really shown up for it. It's not too surprising to me that over 1 in 10 people are a part of the rainbow community. I'd probably say it's more of an anomaly not to be queer in my immediate circles. I feel like 9 out of 10 are members of that community. But as mentioned earlier, that people who are a part of the rainbow community are far more likely to experience a lower quality of life. But we've also seen in the research presented that rainbow folk tends to increase their quality of life once they've spent time at a cultural event or had an experience of an inclusive council service such as our libraries, our parks and community facilities. There's data supported there around the quality of life, and I think in the international context it's really scary at the minute. We can't legislate belonging, but you can plus an action plan that will go to the way of delivering it. And I'm really proud to be able to have this kaupapa spoken about my last committee chairing. Passing this plan is an act of whakamama, and I'm really excited to see how you all deliver it next term. Aye. Is there any further debate? Right of reply.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. I do need to do a right of reply just briefly. Look, our TRAC group is very diverse and does, we make place for Tākatapui, and also we do have people from different ethnic communities. And I guess there was some very strong feedback that they felt that we needed to do more work in this space. Like I said, it was quite limited resources exercise, so we really only managed to engage with TRAC. We didn't have relationships with other groups, and that is something that needs to change. So we've just put those in there with the support. TRAC is happy with them, officers are happy, just to make sure that we do put an emphasis on these particular groups of people. I don't see that there is any conflict at all. Hopefully in the ethnic advisory group that will also be discussed, and at the intersectionality meetings that will also be done. You can't do too much of it because there is quite a lot to unpack on there. And just to acknowledge too that, sorry, I forgot to acknowledge Karapa Wall for his amazing support and just having quite a few conversations with him about making sure that we're reflecting the work of his team in this work, given that a quarter of young Māori identify as tākatapui, just like Pākehā and other. But no, these things I think will make it stronger, and they're very complex, so they need some proper work. We couldn't do it at the last minute.
Colleagues, I'm assuming no one needs to take anything separately. Enaine ki potete te mōpini. Yes, we'll have a division. And now put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Councillor Free, just checking if you're online. Nah. Ko mana. Really appreciate it. Righto. I will see you back here in half an hour. Thanks, everybody. any arising information?
We'll take the paper as read and open for questions.
Excellent. I have Councillor McNulty first.
Yeah, look, two specific questions spurred on by recent events. Is the City to Sea Bridge being demolished to make room for bus lanes? So, bus lane first.
Cool. Sorry, Liam, were you going to... No?
No. Is the City...
It's Paul, yeah.
Oh, sorry. And is the City to Sea Bridge being demolished to make way for cycle lanes?
No.
Thank you. All right. I'll allow it, but I will try and constrain us to the relevance of the decision. Any other partai? Councillor Pennant.
Liam, this is a question for you. I'm just wondering about, I know it's not entirely your fault, it's government direction, but why are we talking about moving bus shift by 5% whilst also vaguely talking about how the state highway improvements at cost of over $2 billion will help mode shift and protect the climate?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak for the State Highway project and how they have justified their mode shift amount. I think Paul can speak to how NZTA has applied regional mode shift calculations and also the reason why Wellington City Council and Greater Wellington for this Harbour Quays project has applied a 5% mode shift, but Paul can go into the detail.
That detail was also covered on Tuesday.
I wasn't asking a question about I'm asking a high-level question about how we are going to be getting towards our climate goals if we are at one side saying we're going to do 5% on the buses, but we're going to then allow for enormous amounts of growth with cars and tunnels.
Right.
Like, how are we going to get to our goals?
I would clarify that this decision is about Harbour Quays and not about growth and cars.
Well,
wouldn't
that sit outside the scope?
It is in the paper.
Look, if it's helpful, the city did reduce its emissions by 7% last year, but from a global perspective, all sectors of industry, including our role as public transport facilitators, will contribute to reducing the city's carbon footprint.
Can I just ask one more question, Terry? If we'd had the 15 million, would we be able to get greater mode shift?
So the service design that we have that we're proposing matches the investment that we're putting in. So we are constrained by the budget. So the budget allows us to do the morning and evening peaks for that for within the budget. The original scoping did look at more adventurous putting options, and potentially we could have run different services and targeted a higher mode shift.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor Randall.
I mean, in terms of budget, the budget's $10 million. Is that right? And what's the actual estimated cost to do this build?
Cool. So again, that came up on Tuesday. So the budget between the two councils is $10 million, and that's allowed for a CapEx budget, and that's allowed for in both LTPs. The proposal that we would go out to consult on has a total cost of $11.5 million. So we were clear that we are consulting on an option that's outside of the current funded window.
Okay. Given that we can find another $83 million for the sludge minimisation plant, why was a budget of $10 million settled on for what is the busiest and most important public transport corridor in the whole region?
I think if we get councillors take our mind back to the NLTPF, the National Land Transport Funding, if you recall, NZTA removed this funding from this project and officers were asked to go back and rescope. Let's call it a light version. So what you have in front of you is effectively instead of three-party funders, two-party funders, resulting in the $10 million project cost.
Okay, and is it true that we're doing inline bus stops because we don't have the budget to do offline bus stops and move curb?
No, I think the corridor is too constrained to provide offline bus stops. So where we have inline, it's against narrow footpaths. If we had the budget, we would have to then require land purchase to create the offline area for waiting. So I don't think, so my answer is no, it's not true that it's budget constrained. It is about physical constraints along the corridor.
No, that's not what the business case says. Thanks. I'll go on the list, thanks.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, it was just a quick follow-up about how ambitious we could be when we get extra money around the mode shift, because 5% is still too small for me.
As Paul said, if you were more adventurous around the prioritisation of bus as a mode, you could potentially increase the services available on that route. Whether you would see a proportionate increase in mode shift compared with budget, I don't know. That's not possible to say.
Okay, so the step change would be trains then to really up your capacity.
So within the business cases, that long list of options that we considered, and when you go through that, there is some options that performed well but were outside of the funded envelope. So that is provided, information is provided. An example was one of the options we considered was having two-way buses on Wakefield Street. So that would significantly change the look and feel of Wakefield Street, and then perhaps moving general traffic in a two-way way into Cable Street. So a very extreme option. And very expensive, and so it didn't pass the test of being within budget, but that performed well against the project outcomes.
Councillor Randall.
So first of all, thank you for finally providing the benefit cost spreadsheet. I did ask for it a while ago, so I've only had a very brief chance to look into it. Can you explain why in the benefit cost spreadsheet, given the budget's predicted to be 11.5 million, why a $6.6 million cost was being put against it? And if you put $11.5 million, the benefit cost ratio falls from 2.9 to 1.7.
Might refer that to the project team, I don't know. I'll get Hamish to explain that.
Just at a high level while Hamish is walking up, the project cost is 11.25. That also includes all of the project costs. The construction cost, I think, is the 6 million that you're referring to there.
You've pretty much answered it for me. Yeah, the BCR is based just off the physical construction cost. Total project costs, including staff time, consultants and contingencies, is the 11.5.
So in terms of the correct BCR of what we expect it to cost is 1.7 because it's going to cost 11.5 million. That's what you are asking for funding, and that's what you're expecting to pay. Is that correct?
We follow the NZTA manual for how you calculate BCRs, and that is on the construction cost, but they also work with project costs. So we're following all the standard processes of how we cost projects, and then also how we calculate our BCRs.
Okay.
Last partai.
Having looked in the spreadsheet, is it true that the buses, if they travel along the second spine, are going to take significantly longer to make their journey than if they travel as their current journey time?
Yeah, so at the moment there are, I think it's the Hospital Express and some school services that travel along the quays. They don't currently stop. When you add in a number of stops along the quays and buses stopping at them, those journey times do become longer by the fact that they are having to stop.
And that's why there's a big negative disbenefits on buses travelling on the second spine?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go back on the list, thanks.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Calvert.
So will removing the city to sea bridge make it easier and or cheaper to build the bus or cycle lanes?
I believe this question was asked at the very beginning of the
No,
Q&A.
it was asked a different way. So it's just about whether it will make it easier or cheaper to build.
for the Harbour Quays project, the bus priority through there, it has no effect on the bus project through there.
So it doesn't make a difference? Does it make it easier or cheaper?
Doesn't make it any difference whatsoever for the Harbour Quays bus priority project.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
I have two questions if I can. Has there been any surveying on whether commuters would be amenable to walking from Lambton Quay, where they currently catch buses, to Harbour Quays?
Yes, we did some focus groups, and yes, it's true that there is resistance to change in terms of changing people's behaviours. One of the reasons we want to implement this in time for summer is so that it becomes an easy practice for people to understand the walking distance, where the stops are, what's the most convenient route for them to follow. The difficulty with catchment around bus stops is that we don't know where people are coming from. We only know where they get on the bus. So while some people will be, more than happy if they work along Jervois Quay, someone who has to walk the extra couple of 100 metres from Lambton Quay will have to walk the extra couple of 100 metres from Lambton Quay. But alongside that, they will have choice of services still along Lambton Quay. This is about moving some services, not about removing services.
Okay, great, thanks. Then my second question? Yep. Okay, second question is, I'm a prolific bus user, and so I can speak from my point of view, and I haven't done any surveying, but I think that for me, it's more important to have reliability on buses, so that I'm concerned about how long I actually spend at a bus stop waiting. So once I get on the bus, I actually don't care how long it takes the bus to get to my destination, because
Chung, could you
I'm on there. So is there is there any, again, surveying on the importance of the speed of the bus transport? So we talk a lot about this is going to speed up the journey for people. So is that an important factor for people?
Getting from your origin to the destination you want to get to in the time you want to get to is part of a factor about reliability in terms of what I want the service to do for me. Yes, speed is part of that, because you have an expectation about how long the journey is going to take. That is part of us delivering a reliable bus service, that buses turn up at the time they will, that we say they will, and that they deliver you to your destination as per the timetable. So yes, speed is a factor. For some people, an express service is absolutely what they want. For others, one of our less frequent scheduled services will suit their needs.
Thank you. Councillor Free.
Hi, and apologies if I've missed some of the questions. Mr. Barker-Paul, this is this is related to the question I asked, but I think it's kind of would be of interest to other people. I asked you this morning. There's $1 million shown as OPEX once the scheme's installed, and I wondered how that would be the case for Wellington City to have OPEX when it's basically just a road and we're having to maintain it anyway. And the explanation was that it's the regional council. But can you just clarify how this money is actually being divided? We're presented with a single business case.
It's a single business case, and it talks a lot about the capital cost up front. So the CapEx we've agreed is a 50-50 split. The ongoing OPEX or operational costs covers depreciation and repayments on borrowings. That would be split as per the assets as they get divided at the end of the project. So we would expect that the changes that we'd make to curb and channel and to the road would be vested as Wellington City Council assets, and we would have to fund those through depreciation. If and things like the real-time displays would be vested as Greater Wellington's asset, and they would have to cover the depreciation on those through OPEX. And we're yet to resolve the ownership of shelters through there. So depending on where they would go, the appropriate council would then have to fund operations and maintenance on those shelters. And we've calculated that at about $1 million annually. So the division between the two councils will fall as per the asset division at the end of the project.
On the topic of shelters, is there any chance of upgrading them a little bit? They did look fairly basic, and it is a very exposed environment.
That's exactly the point of going out for consultation, is that this is what we're proposing. Yep, if the feedback comes back strongly saying that, upgraded shelters is the preference, then of course that'll be part of the considerations and I'll report back to you.
And just on the point of the shelters being maybe City Council, maybe Regional Council, how's that going to work? I thought they were all actually going to be provided by the Regional Council, so that's news to me from the paper.
So the project cost is, as Paul said, 50-50 being met by both councils in terms of establishing the project. Where the ownership lies at the end of the project has yet to be determined around the bus stops, the bus shelters.
Thank you. Oh, Ria, I can put you back on the list if you'd like. Councillor Randall.
Yesterday you said there's not going to be any bus lanes on Wallace Street. It's Whitmore Street, sorry. All the W's get... Whitmore Street. Why is there not going to be any buses lanes on Whitmore Street when the traffic report shows that the Whitmore Street intersection with the Quays has got the worst congestion already and it's only going to get worse?
So there isn't enough lanes to repurpose a lane to be a dedicated bus lane without having significant effects on general traffic. So on balance, we will mix the buses in with the general traffic across 2 lanes in each direction.
Okay.
And sorry, further to that, the thinking about westbound, heading towards Lambton Quay, the left lane is the lane that heads to Bowen Street, and the right lane's the lane that would head off to the Lambton terminus. So we'd end up with buses in both lanes through there, each wanting some form of priority. So they just get mixed in general traffic.
Okay. The proposed travel times are really only the bus travel times. They don't include the increased walking time of pedestrians to get to and from the Quays bus stops. Given that the bus travel, you've already outlined the bus travel times along the second spine are already going to be longer, why would someone spend 5 minutes walking over to the Quays bus stop, an additional 5 minutes, when they're only going to get on a bus that's going to travel slower? Even though it's called Express.
So Hamish, when he outlined that, was clear that it's the existing buses on the Quays will go slower, but buses that have transferred from the Golden Mile across to the Quays will go faster. So that is allowed for in the business case. So it will be a quicker travel time than staying on the Golden Mile. And over the next 10 years, we expect if they stayed on the Golden Mile, they'd go even slower, effectively down to walking speed. So by moving across to the Harbour Quays, they will go quicker than what they currently do. And so there is a gain. And that gain is where the benefits come from. Secondly is that we don't know where those people walk to, and Tamsin has outlined that. Many people may gain from that if they're, for instance, Wellington City Council was being relocated to the bus corridor. So Wellington City Council staff will be right we'll have a bus stop at our front door. So that's going to reduce our walking time significantly from what it would be if you had to walk from Willow Street. So there's many people who are going to gain, some may disbenefit. But by taking buses off the Golden Mile, we still provide a benefit to those that stay on the Golden Mile. So anybody that has to stay on the Golden Mile will still hopefully travel that route quicker than they can do today. So we think there is benefits all around. Second point was that those express buses are going to arrive at the edge of the central city, in some cases 10 minutes before the regular service that will stay on. So there is a bigger gain to be had by jumping on an express service. So coming from the eastern suburbs, it misses all the stops through Kilburnie and Hataita, gets straight into the central city before it stops. So not only is there a slight gain of 2 to 3 minutes along the Quays, but they've got there 10 minutes earlier. So there is a big advantage to catching an express bus that will drop you on the Quays than what there would be catching a regular service that would continue to be on the Golden Mile. Now, we haven't counted for that extra benefit because that exists in today's network. But overall, there is lots of reasons why people would catch a bus that would take them down the Harbour Quays at peak time.
Okay. And last question is, the traffic, with the conversion of the Quays, one lane each way to a bus lane, there is going to be increased congestion. How many people will stop coming to Wellington because the congestion is just getting too much?
Councillor, that is a rather subjective question.
Sorry, I beg to disagree. And we've done this analysis with the Golden Mile project and the Thorn and Key Hut Road project, and we're just asking the same question to this project.
Thank you, Councillor. They outlined on Tuesday that the population growth had been considered and answered a very fulsome response then around the projected growth of Wellington in the
with
city.
all due respect, I'm not actually asking about the population growth or the growth of public transport. I'm asking about the impact of converting a traffic lane that's already on the main through corridor of Wellington into a bus lane, taking the 3 lanes down to 2, and how many people will stop coming into Wellington due to increased congestion?
Look, the modelling that we've done shows that there is no loss of people out of the network. So the 2.9 BCR assumes that the current flow remains as it is, with factored up for growth in the out years. A mode change still assumes the same number of people coming through the city, but changed the mode in which they would travel. So we haven't factored in anything in any of our modelling that would suggest people won't come to the city as a result of this project. So we have not done any of that modelling.
And can I just add to that, we have aligned our modelling with NZTA's modelling for their project, and they are looking at a regional level.
Councillor Pennant.
Sorry, Tamsin, just in response to a question that was asked of you. That is a really brutal environment. Do we really need to go to public consultation to find out whether we need good shelters or not? Like, I mean, aren't we doing them to a good standard so that people do feel well protected?
We're doing them to a good standard. We're doing them to our standard Metlink shelter design. We've talked to the Greater Wellington Public Transport Advisory Group, which is our regular advisory group that meets, and the environment on the quays is probably the major thing that would deter people from using that corridor. With a $10 million budget, we've done the best we can across all of the requirements of the project, from the construction point of view in the road corridor through to the shelters. The shelters we're proposing are the best we can provide in the situations that we've got, but the contingencies in the budget, if we get a significant amount of feedback that people would like more shelter, then that's obviously part of the considerations post-consultation.
So just in terms of cost, you might be talking a couple of extra million.
Bus shelters don't cost that much.
That's a contentious point. Yeah, but just so if you were going to upgrade them a little bit, like would it be just a few $1,000s extra, and that's where the contingency fits in?
No, it's probably more in the tens of thousands. You've got to think about foundations and the structure and so on. And I'd also point out we don't actually have that much space in every bus stop location, so site-specific solutions might need to be looked at.
Okay, we have 4 more people that have put their hands up to speak on the question list, and I'm going to draw a line under them because I feel like we had quite a fulsome discussion in previous briefings several hours beforehand for this. So I have on the list Councillor Free, Councillor Randall, Councillor Young and Councillor Calvert, and then we're drawing a line there.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I didn't get to read the paper in detail until late last night, early morning actually, and then it was really, really hard because it was so long. So my concern is we're being asked to approve going out to consultation. So my question is, there's still a lot of uncertainty about this, and even adding the asset ownership to that list. By the time we go to consultation, will you be consulting on a reasonably accurate cost, a reasonably accurate understanding of who's going to own which shelters at the end of the day, or at least the number? And also, can we please give some an overview of the cycling options that might come with this, because we all remember the Keys Please campaign, so there's bound to be a question about that, the cycle advocates. Yeah, and I'll stop with that. But just about the fulsomeness of the actual consultation advice that we'll be asking for some feedback on.
Cool. So the big part of the consultation will focus around the traffic resolutions and the legal entities that need to be put in place, the legal instruments to put in place to give effect to these. We'll also need to cover, and so the business case supports that contention as to the need for. So we're not consulting on the business case per se, but we're consulting on the project. We need to do a little bit more work around the extent of the traffic resolutions. I've alluded to a lot of the options that are available to us, so we will need to quickly, subject to approval today, turn this around for a consultation ready to go out in the end of October. So we're not far off beginning our consultation. You've asked for cost. We're not expecting to do another costing, so there'll be no more design work done this side of the consultation. The plans and the renders that are available to you in the committee pack will be used as the basis of consultation. The costings that we are comfortable with, and we have put those through our steering group. So we have the latest costings are on that set of plans, and we will use those costings to take it right through to the point when we bring it back. Now, when we bring the paper back in the new year, any officer-supported amendments that we will cost those, and we'll be very clear on that. There is a paper, I know Liam has spoken to this on Tuesday. We do expect to bring a paper to the incoming council around asset ownership and the like, whether it's shelters and the way the two councils work. Is that right, Liam? I'm putting words in. Yes, I've got a nod. So that's a matter for the incoming council. So it would be difficult for this paper, I think, in February to make a definitive suggestion on who should own those assets, given that both councils would need to resolve that early in the triennium. If it's resolved by February, great. We'll be able to tell you that, but I suspect it will be around that time, but not before February. And then the third part of that question was around cycleways, and aware of amendments that have been suggested to this paper that talk about making sure that when we're talking to the community about the Harbour Keys bus project.
Sorry, I'll just interrupt because there's been a little bit of disorder. My apologies, Paul. There's a procedural point to make, but I'll wait until you finish this.
It was just there was a thought about directing officers to make sure that when we are communicating about the Harbour Keys project, that we do have some information around what that then means for bikes and how that project, which is running in parallel to this, how that lands.
Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Free. I just wanted to clarify that there was an amendment raised by Councillor Pennant, I believe, and that is happy to be included as a part of the substantive.
Yes.
Okay.
Chair. Where it was, and
yes,
obviously.
Yeah. I just thought we'd best make that clarification now, and we just wanted to seek that.
And so to that point, it is 3.4. I think is the bit that. Is that right? I haven't got the screen in front of me. I can't quite read it from here, but one of those talking about bikes.
Yes,
so, yes.
Yeah, it's 3.4.
Right.
Can I just one more follow up?
Yes.
Because if you know the costs and you know that it's 50-50 split, how are you not in a position to say 3 of the bus stops will be owned by Greater Wellington and 4 and 1? Because I think it's germane because it affects the OPEX contribution down the line, obviously. So I just feel we need to know what we're signing up to.
So in the CapEx cost, we're not assigning individual costs to individual councils. It is a bucket. So we have a $10 million or maybe more spend, and that is divided 50-50. It's not allocated against assets. At the end of the project, we are required to capitalise that money, and we do that by putting it against the asset register. At that point, we will need to be clear as to which assets are assigned, so how we then divvy it up.
Okay, so
there
maybe...
is the bus shelters throughout the city have a mixed ownership currently. Wellington City owns a lot of them. Some of them we contract through to Media, and Greater Wellington or Metlink do own some shelters on the road. The paper that would come to this council or to the new council in the new year will reflect as to whether that's the right ownership model, or do we look to change that across those 3 types of shelters. And that will have a bearing on what we do with the 7 bus shelters as part of this project.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. On Councillor Calvert's question about the CDC bridge, you said there was no difference. I just want to confirm that there's a statement in the business case around the CDC bridge, and it says that if the bridge is demolished, it will present more possibilities for the corridor. Many of the permanent options considered in the report rely on the CDC bridge being demolished. Is that correct?
Yeah. So that goes right back to those long lists, and we talked about the options that are available to us. But within the options available within the fundable project. So within the 10 million, I don't think there was any options that they had a bearing on. They were the ones that we're looking at around the $50 million spend.
Okay. What is the urgency to consult now? And what difference would it make if this consultation was postponed to the next council and perhaps done, say, next March, along with the long-term plan, the already planned annual plan process? So, what's the reason we need to rush it now?
You can start.
The longer it takes to make this change, the longer the congestion problem on the Golden Mile continues. With the current timing, we can start to alleviate that pressure at the end of next year. Consultation in March will probably push that out at least another 6 months, I would say, potentially longer, depending on how it's prioritised through whatever council decision-making process is through the annual plan. We're going out for consultation. We're not seeking a decision. So the decision wouldn't be till February. And at which point then we would proceed with the construction and so on, assuming it was approved. My advice would be to continue with the consultation while this work is current. If there is a delay, there's a potential for rework needing to be done, repricing, recosting, given what might change in the market and so on. So our advice would be to continue on the timeframe that we're working with.
Well, perhaps I can just jump into, look, this is not rushed. We've been talking about second spine here for a number of years, well before Let's Get Wellington Moving was established. Let's Get Wellington Moving clearly adopted this as the second spine through the city and did lots of work to identify where the second spine ought to be, and we've really picked up from that work. It's a lot lower cost option, and it was clearly articulated through our long-term plan that we were looking to do this in this period of time, this LTP. Just a couple of other points as to why now. The Golden Mile traffic diversion is looking to take traffic through the Cambridge Terrace stop and the Wakefield Street stop. So there's an opportunity by going now and getting this consultation that we're actually able to have some overall savings to council by not constructing that in a temporary way and then having to come back later, if approved, to do it in a permanent way. So we get some savings there. And then thirdly, we think that if we listen to the current government that expect to start disrupting, Councillor Pannett, but we're expecting to do some disruption around the south of the city. And the need for public transport to pick up to try and cover the impact it's going to have on general traffic while work's been done at both the basin and the tunnels is important. I think that we have a second spine to provide the additional capacity so Metlink can respond to that challenge and provide more buses to alleviate the traffic disbenefits during construction.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, I've got one more.
Do you? Oh.
So just one last point around the BCR. Look, in the consultation, can you be sure to clarify exactly what the BCR means? Because there's nothing in the report that says that the BCR is only on the construction costs. In fact, the construction costs not even mentioned, yet the BCR based on the construction cost is there. And could a BCR on the overall project cost also be provided?
No, we can yes.
Okay.
We can make sure that it's clear as to what it covers, but just to that point, no, we are consulting on traffic resolutions and overall project supported by a business case. But we can make that clear.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that people realise that the BCR is not, on a normal project basis, that we do our own projects, which is on the BCR is based on the total project cost.
So we're in questions at the minute.
Yes, I know. I'm just trying to say that I'm asking a question, can we get that clarified in the consultation? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Just a question. You just answered the question before about putting more bus stops. It could be in the tens of thousands, but I know when the new bus stop was put in opposite Gun City on the Hutt Road, without the cost of the actual shelter, it was about $1.4 million worth of work required. So I'm just trying to understand is. We put a bus stop. We put the infrastructure in for a new bus stop. The cost is close to 1.4 million. Yet that's without the shelter. So how can you say it's just a few tens of thousands?
I think it would be more likely in the case of the stops we're talking about here, and bearing in mind we're only talking about a few stops because a number of the other stops have canopy cover. We're talking about the above ground structure. We're not talking about underground services. That cost is already included. It may be that it is an extended canopy. It may be that it is a glass front. That's the quantum of the change we'd be talking about.
Can I just clarify that question? Because the way it was answered before was to upgrade from the current allowed for shelter to a slightly better shelter. I think that was the question we were answering before.
Oh, okay.
And to upgrade it from what's currently expected and costed to something slightly better would be tens of thousands to improve the shelter. It is proposed that every stop will have shelter of some sort, whether it be canopy or shelter now.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't just this cost didn't relate to the actual shelter. This cost related to putting it in the actual bus.
And we've allowed for that in every stop. Yeah.
Okay. And how much is that per stop roughly?
Well, it varies. Some stops have very, very little infrastructure, like the stop outside our new building on Jervois Quay just relies on canopy cover, and there is no stop. There's a small alteration to curb line just to allow accessibility on and off the bus, but other than that, there's a seat, I think, provided. So,
okay.
and a real-time display.
Okay, it would be good afterwards to get that sort of detail.
Mā waiti mō tini I whakataka koutou. Over to Councillor Matthews to move. Thank you.
Thanks to the team. I guess I would like to start by saying that the decision to go out to consultation about Harbour Quays, this project doesn't represent the transformative transport project that many of us would like to see. And just to acknowledge that, but it does represent a necessary change to not reduce the level of service that we currently have and improve it in some areas. While reflecting the budget we have across both organisations and the fact that we do not have central government contribution. And I'm very open, and I think many would say who are, maybe on the next council, that, I personally, I would love to be spending more money on this to make it better. However, we are where we are, and as a council, I'm focused on our role talking to the public about reallocating road space and working with Greater Wellington to support a functioning service along that reallocated road space. And I guess I want to acknowledge, and so I've got Councillor Calvert's noting amendments I've included in the substantive if we had such a busy meeting for time and, to reflect their noting aspects, and I'm sure she will speak to them. But I've also added a step to give us more of a conversation with our partners with Greater Wellington about the services that will go along.
Did you say Councillor Calvert?
Sorry, did I do that again?
A slip, yeah.
Did I do that again? I'm so sorry.
I was going to say.
My apologies. Councillor Pannett. Councillor Pannett, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I'm so sorry to both of you. Details still need to be resolved. I guess I want to note before anybody loses their whatevers about this decision, it is a decision to go out to consultation. And, it is not a decision to do this. So it is an opportunity to hear from our community. And I guess I also want to challenge anybody who is voting against this. What is their alternative to actually maintaining or improving the service that we have, given the issues that already exist with the slow journey times. And yeah, I think if we don't go out to consultation with this, that we are sort of knowingly endorsing a future of a slower, less reliable bus service. And I personally don't want to do that. So I want to talk to our community about this option. And I also retain my optimism about bus lanes and doing more bus lanes, even if they're only at peak, that we are a city of public transport users. We value that. We want to keep moving with it as the constraints of budget and space allow. Kia ora, colleagues.
Mā wai I tautoko, did you have a seconder? Councillor Pannett, would you like to speak now? Hi. Colleagues, any further debate? Councillor Free.
I definitely think we should be supporting this because it is just going out to consultation and there is an issue. I catch the bus myself quite often in the evenings when buses are bumper to bumper, and it's actually quite hard to get on a bus because they're queued back 5 or so at the bus stop, and it does make it really inefficient and slow. And I think that the idea is a fairly common sense idea, obviously backed up with some numbers and a business case which need to be refined, but that there is quite a lot to like about this idea. And we do need to hear what the community have to say about it. For myself, I'm very passionate about improving the bus service and getting more and more people on buses. I think it's the only way that Wellington's going to do the heavy lifting that's needed as we go into a future. With our transport system, it can't be done with private vehicles. It will need to be done with active modes and public transport, and we need to be preparing for that if we're genuine about what we want to achieve for our city going forwards. And I'm very pleased that someone has incorporated my amendment around having a little bit more information about the cycling and what might happen to that, because I know we will get questions from certain sections of our community, both for and against cycling, and they will appreciate, I think, some sort of overview of what's planned.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me, Councillor Chung.
I think of my own experience in catching the buses, and when I leave the council in the afternoon and I go down to catch a bus in the afternoon, and yes, I've been down there when there's been 6 buses in a line, sort of waiting to actually stop at the Lambton Quay bus stop, and I've been thinking, how much of an inconvenience is that to me? And this goes back to the questions that I asked earlier. So what do passengers think is the most important factor in catching the bus and in the bus service? Is it that they actually get on the bus that they actually want and maybe have a seat? Or is it the time it takes for that journey to actually get home or to get to work or wherever they're going to? I think for me, the most important thing is to have the bus that I'm wanting to catch to actually arrive and be there, so a reliable service. And so once I get on the bus, I'm not concerned at all about how long it takes to get home. And so do other people actually think this as well? And I'm also interested in how many people from Lambton Quay, from the buildings, from the terrace, would actually come down and then walk across to the Harbour Quays. I haven't actually talked to anyone about this yet, but I will do, because I don't know whether people would, and especially if we have inclement weather, would they actually want to do this? Because when you walk from the terrace or Lambton Quay to the Harbour Quay, to the Jervois Quay or Waterloo Quay, is there much shelter, and would people be willing to do this? And of course, if people aren't willing to do this, then of course that it lessens the benefits of actually having that route. So I would like to actually find out more about that before we actually commit all this money to actually go into a full consultation. So at the moment, I'm still not convinced about this. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
I'm very passionate about the bus service as well. In fact, I'd argue I'm the most passionate person around the table. I've been championing the Wellington City bus service for over 20 years.
She's the brightest. No, you're the most. What are you?
Most passionate. I know. I have looked in depth to the bus service. I've seen all the different designs, and I'm afraid this is very undercooked. And this is an interim solution, but we're likely to have to live with it for a long time. I'm afraid I see parallels with the consultation on the City to Sea Bridge because there are costings that are wrong, there's information that's missing.
Councillor Randall, to say that there is information that is wrong and missing is a misrepresentation.
It's a matter of debate, I would argue. So can I please continue? I mean, I haven't heard anyone call me out in terms of standing orders.
No,
so
it would be,
exactly what's wrong with me saying what I think?
I'm seeking to understand if it is misrepresentation. I think if it is personal opinion, but I would caution the member on not using disrespectful language in his speech, or to talk about, just to pull it away from officers. if possible. But sorry, you can continue, and I'll note the extra time for you as well.
Can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. Look, $10 million is a complete joke. This is the most important public transport corridor in the entire city, in the entire region. My goodness me. We spend more money on parks upgrades and facilities. This is the main corridor of the main mode shift. And the travel times exclude walking. I mean, it doesn't matter if the buses travel faster if the end journey time is longer, because you've got to walk traipse all the way over and all the way back from your bus stop. And removing a traffic lane each way is likely to have a very big impact. I've looked at the model. Look, I only got this morning. I'm very, very suspicious that we don't know what the impact really is, and it hasn't been counted in the benefits. Still don't know why people would walk past a bus on Lambton Quay to go across and get across 6 lanes of traffic to get to a bus stop on the Quays on a wet day. But Councillor Matthews is quite right. What's my alternative? I have an alternative, and the biggest deficiency is, I believe, the best alternative, which is. So I believe the best alternative is to take the southbound buses where they used to go when Manners Street was a Manners Mall, and that has been taken out of scope. Isn't it interesting? Again, this is where I have a problem, that the best option is out of scope for some reason or other and is not going to be considered in this consultation. And this is why I don't want this consultation to go ahead, because we're not considering the best option, which is to simply take the buses down Mercer Street, Wakefield Street, Cuba Street, where they used to go, all of them, 100 an hour. That could work, and that is the lowest cost, lowest impact option, and it's not even being considered. This isn't that urgent, and this is something that the next council is going to live with. So I urge you to vote against this, because I believe this work needs more work to make it be properly informed about what the real travel experience will be with the second spine for the real commuter. So I urge you, please, to vote against it from someone who's passionate about a great bus service. Thanks.
Councillor McNulty.
I'd like to bring a procedural motion to close the debate, as we've had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against.
Thank God.
I will just seek advice on the process for that. Thank you. Standing orders, where are standing orders? Thank you, Councillor McNulty. This requires a 75% majority, as I understand. I'm happy to second the motion, as I have not spoken yet. I believe we don't have debate on it. No. Okay, voting on closure motion. This is the process, I'm afraid. Yes. Councillor Brown, if you're online, are you able to vote? Let me know if you want me to read out the motion.
Oh, no, it's fine. This is the 75% thing.
Yes, this is the vote to close. We need 75% in order to go.
I'm happy to vote. I'm happy to vote yes.
Okay. Ko mana, that has passed. Oh, there's a fancy thing up the top that tells us the percentage. Yes, back to right of reply, Councillor Matthews.
My apologies, Councillor Pannett. No, I don't think it does. It's just a right of reply. So I want to thank you for putting those noting amendments.
Sorry, I'll just call us back to order. I know that was an exciting new process, but I'll ask that speakers be heard in silent.
I want to acknowledge the work that Councillor Pannett did into making those noting amendments to clarify about the cycling provision that Councillor Free worked on, the issues of protection, and again to note that one about Greater Wellington. I just want to note that this is about choice. We are not going to be forcing anybody to walk to get a service. This is not about rerouting. This is about express services. And I'm sure on a rainy day, people will make, should this proceed, will make the assessment on whether or not to get the express bus or not. I also note that some people will be closer. We are making assumptions about what everybody is. Let's hear from them about where they are and whether they're going to do that. I also note this gives us new services. Can I please be heard in silence?
Speakers will be heard in silence.
I am replying to the points that people made, and I am entitled to do so. There are new services to Te Papa and Tākina. So there are benefits to the new route, not only the negatives. I guess I just want to as well remind us, when we're kind of freaking out about the loss of traffic lanes, we are talking about peak only. We are not talking about all of the time. And I also want to remind members, if they had an alternative, they were free to make amendments. And nobody did do that. So I really encourage you to go out to the public with this. Let's hear from them. And if we don't have this, we have no solutions to the problems that we currently have with our bus service. Thank you.
I will first just ask the room if there's anything we would like to take separately from the resolutions in front.
Can we have a division, please?
Sure thing. I'm seeing no indication, so we will take that as a whole. E nāne ke potitia te motini. Councillor Brown, we are voting on this.
I'm opposed. I'm red.
Good.
Ko mana, that has been carried. Oh, Councillor Brown's is recorded incorrectly. He wished to vote it against. So we'll correct that on the record. Rightio. On to item 2.6, notice of motion on historic heritage. Colleagues, this is a new procedure for me, so I'll just ask for a bit of patience, but I have some points here just in regards to how the process is going to go. So ahead of this next item, I would just like to outline that Councillor McNulty, as the mover, has indicated his intention to propose an alteration to the notice of motion, which differs from the notice of motion printed in the agenda for today's meeting. As the mover, Councillor McNulty has the ability to propose this understanding order 23.5, which states that a notice of motion may be altered only by the mover with the agreement of the majority of those present in the meeting. I'm going to welcome Councillor McNulty to speak to his proposed alteration. Following that, the committee will decide whether it will allow the alteration of the motion or not. We will do this by vote. If the proposed alteration, I would recommend members do listen to this process just because it is something new for all of us as well. Following that, the committee will then decide whether or not it will allow for the alteration of the motion by not. This will be done by vote. If the alteration is allowed by the majority of the members present at the meeting, we will continue to move through the normal processes. If the proposed alternation is not allowed by a majority, then Councillor McNulty may wish to move the notice of motion as it was originally submitted. Once we have clarified which motion will be moved, there will be time for questions of officers and continue with our normal processes of moving, seconding and debating the motion. Are there any questions about this process before we begin? See none, I will hand over to Councillor McNulty to speak to his proposed alteration.
Cool. I'll just either way, whether we support this alteration or it fails, I'll be moving the notice of motion, just to make that clear. So the changes have come from a request from some councillors. The initial notice of motion pointed to some facilities that may be captured in scope of if this work proceeds, like the Kandala Library, Thornton Pool, Army Headquarters in Taranaki Street, the Miramar installation bulk storage tank. I've removed those references, but the notice of motion remains fundamentally the same in its intent, but I've removed those to accommodate the concerns of some elected members. So we are voting to allow those removals to be taken out, but however, if we do not reach a majority vote on those removals being taken out, then I will continue to bring the notice of motion with those buildings specifically listed.
We will now vote on whether or not we will allow the proposed alteration of the notice of motion.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
I also vote yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Wineta. Mana, that has been carried. He pātaima utu I mua e te tau patu. Is there any questions before we move on to debate? All right, apologies. Would you like to introduce the amended notice of motion?
So bear with me for a little bit of extra time because there's a bit to go through just to explain the process and what this does. So, look, the Public Trust Building, Parliament House, the Dominion Building, these are exemplary cases of heritage buildings that add dimension, character and value in our city. And today's notice of motion is not about those buildings. It's about the unintended consequences of a regime that, whilst well-intentioned, is in major need of modernisation. So I'm going to speak to how we got here, what this notice of motion will undertake in terms of process and why you should support it. When we made the decision to continue with the Town Hall in October 23, I know many around the table were swayed because we essentially had no other option. Given the Category 1 heritage listing and legal experience from the Gordon Wilson flats, we were forced to proceed with spending the additional $160 million whilst pipes are bursting beneath the very ground of our city. I truly believe the council was placed into an unconscionable position in that decision. We then went through the 24 district plan, in which we unanimously agreed to delist the former Miramar installation bulk storage tank, or Rusty to his friends. We near unanimously exercised direction to see the delisting of the Gordon Wilson flats, yet despite those efforts, the heritage listings remain, with Parliament having to specifically legislate on Gordon Wilson. In fact, the only real heritage building we removed from the 24 district plan was the Two Myths building. That's because it no longer exists, having suffered an arson attack by quote-unquote suspicious youths. As a result, myself and Mayor Whānau wrote to Housing Minister Chris Bishop asking for a law change. He has delivered, and that's why the paper is in front of you today. So just to be really explicit, we requested a law change, the law has been changed, and now this paper is here to allow council to exercise powers granted through the change in legislation. If the paper is successful today, an application for a streamlined planning process, SPP, will be drafted with the Ministry for the Environment and inquiries presented to Minister Bishop. The SPP, if granted, will enable the condition of heritage structures or owners' opposition to a listing to be considered, I'm going to emphasise that word, considered, within our district plan. And the next council will ultimately consider any decisions from what's instigated today. So, why should you support and vote in support of the motion? If you care about keeping rates lower for future generations and preparing for the impacts of climate change, then support this motion to reduce the costs of maintenance, repair and upkeep of council infrastructure. We live in an age of climate change and heritage designations are making it more difficult and expensive to prepare for that reality. We have critical infrastructure such as seawalls or tunnels that must have more to match through strict requirements on maintenance and repair. We have community facilities such as pools and libraries that we need to continue to deliver to our residents, but the imposition of a heritage designation on those facilities drives up costs, limits options and could put a future council down the road of a decision similar to the Town Hall. I believe that is an inappropriate use of the public funds. If you care about a vibrant city, free of urban blight, and giving owners options on how to deal with their earthquake-prone buildings, then support this motion. Wellington sits at the junction of where heritage laws and earthquake at risk intersect. This council was forced to almost evict residents in Egmont Street, lest we take on the legal liability for a structural failure in that building. We have blight across our city because owners are unable to meet the expensive costs of restoration, which have only gotten worse in a post-COVID inflationary environment. Think about the Tramway Hotel or, again, the Gordon Wilson Flats. We can sit with our head in the sand, hope that a magical cashed-up owner comes along and restores these buildings to former glory, or we can just deal with the practical reality that for some old structures, the only tangible way forward is going to be demolition and replacement. If you support ratepayers being able to maintain and afford living in their own homes, then support this motion. I want to speak about residents that are struggling to keep up with the bills that come from owning a heritage home. On top of their rates, their insurance premiums are on average double that of a standard home. Even a small change like double glazing or renovation can result in extensive resource condition requirements. And not to mention the completely disproportionate application of heritage rules to private homes versus public buildings. A small residential house in Ngaio, hidden from public view, that statistically 0% of New Zealanders will ever visit in their lifetime, should not have the same onerous levels of protection in our District Planner's Parliament House. 2 more reasons. If you support the ability of local government to make planning decisions, even ones you don't like, then support this motion. I've spoken about the democratic mandate that this council unsuccessfully tried to execute in regards to our friend Rusty the oil tank. And finally, if you support Indigenous land rights, then support this motion.
McNulty. I'll just ask that speakers be heard in silence as we continue.
If you support Indigenous land rights, then support this motion. Heritage rules do not allow for mana whenua to exercise te rangatiratanga over their own land. If we have gifted land back for a treaty settlement, but a heritage building sits on that whenua, iwi cannot exercise their own rights. In response to public comments this morning,
Councillors.
Free, come on, twice.
Sorry. I appreciate that. Councillor McNulty, back to you.
In response to some of the public comments this morning, I will stress again, this is commencing a process for which this council asked for. The next council will make the ultimate decisions on the output of that process, and there will be an evidence-based process for that output. To save some of our heritage structures, delisting has to occur. I want to thank Mayor Whānau for her support in the advocacy, Sean and the wider team for the work on the paper, and my fellow signatories for allowing this important debate to occur today. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty. Mawai Tautoko, did you have a seconder?
Yes, Mayor Whānau was going to second if she's still on. Yes.
Very, very, very happy to second this. I'll keep it brief. I just want to thank Councillor McNulty for the work that he's put into this, and I tautoko everything he has said and would encourage everyone to support this motion.
Kia ora, colleagues. Are there any partai? Councillor Calvert.
I don't have any questions, just a debate.
Okay, yep, thank you. Councillor Pennant.
Sean able to come to the table. Thank you. Can I just ask?
I'll just clarify understanding orders that it's actually the councillor that moves the notice of motion that introduces the report, but
okay, I'm not sure that
happy to answer technical questions, but just to note that the process is kind of through the mover.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you. Sean, I'm not sure that, to be respectful, that you would know this. If this goes through, what is the level of evidence that will be expected? Will it be done by properly qualified historians, not other people from other disciplines? And will that be done to a rigorous standard? Because my concern is that there's not a lot of understanding around history.
The work, in order to pass...
I'll give it a crack if you like.
Sorry?
I'll give it a crack if you like, Iona.
No. I'm asking the officers.
I'll take it as a procedural question. In order for the SPP to pass through an independent hearings panel process, it will have to meet the levels of evidence you would expect under the practice notes issued by the Environment Court. In order to do that, properly qualified professionals and members of the public will have to be heard.
Next question. There are some listings, they're now removed, but they were listed in the original NOM that were recommended by officers. Do you still support those listings?
It has never been a question of whether officers supported a listing or not. My understanding is that they were included as illustrative.
No. Listings in the last iteration of the district plan in 2024, which were agreed to and were supported by evidence.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. I've got a few questions. Could I just ask another one, then I'll go back on the list?
Yes, you are the only one.
Oh, okay. Okay. It just, and then, Ray, Section 6, which obviously is something I strongly support. Can you just talk a little bit more about how, I know there's supposed to be RMA reform, but there'll still have to be something about heritage, how this intersects with this particular call? Like, what does this have overriding power?
So this would utilise the pathway created by the Consenting and Other Matters Bill, which passed the Royal Assent about 2 weeks ago. So it would move through that pathway. In that pathway, Section 6 must be taken into account, as must all matters of national importance.
Okay, thanks. I'll go back on the list. Thanks.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. My question is actually, or comment is actually very similar to Councillor Pennett's in that I feel that I feel that I want to be sure that the correct heritage experts will actually look at the things that we actually want to change, because I'm not sure that I actually understand the value of a lot of these properties, and I feel that my fellow councillors may also be in the same position, that it's very difficult for us to actually judge what is heritage, and is it just a matter of opinion. So getting the proper experts at it, then they can actually tell us exactly what it is. So is there a guarantee that that's the process that we would go through?
So the advice on the appointment of an independent hearings panel and the selection of experts in order to ballast a Section 32 report where the options analysis take place would have to take into account properly qualified professionals in order for it to pass through the process. The control upon the advice myself or my successor would give you would be in our duty as public servants to discharge the risk, and for us the protection of the risk of failure due to inadequacy of evidence would be the control in that advice for you.
Councillor Pennant, and then I'm going to draw a line under further partai on this report.
There's quite a lot of stuff in your report, not the NOM, about costs for heritage buildings, but what about costs for non-heritage buildings? I presume even if the Gordon Wilson flats, for example, didn't have a heritage listing on, it still would have needed maintenance to keep it to a reasonable standard.
We looked at your agenda and decided that another 10,000 pages may not be in your best interests.
Thank you.
It's too long today, yeah.
So we haven't indexed those costs against other costs. I would note that the Gordon Wilson building would not be considered through this process as it has lost its heritage protection.
Yeah, I know, but just as a general point, and just the last question I had, so this in theory could remove a pool like the Freiburg, which has got a Category 1 on it, and the council, maybe I need to ask Paul Andrews, would build another pool there?
When we start to get into chains of decision making, things do become more uncertain. So a building such as the Freiburg pool would be caught under the terms of the notice of motion if passed. That would lead to an evidence-based discussion about whether it could be delisted or not. If it were to be delisted, that does not mean you demolish it. There are plenty of buildings in the city that are of age but are not heritage listed and are still there. So that would then lead you to a decision about whether you demolish the building or not. Then you've got further decisions of what its replacement was, and I just cannot see that far into the future.
We are back into debate. Councillor Calvert. Thank you, Sean.
I was going to call up some of the points made by the mover, because if you don't vote for it, there was assumptions made about your views, and I think that's completely inappropriate. But I'm pleased to see that the mover's been really keen for some financial discipline, because it's certainly been lacking around this table. No. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but all his points were allowed. All the comments he made about the rest of us around this table were allowed and not questioned. So, including heads in sand, etc. Look, I think one of the big problems we've got is actually, it's not even what we do, it's actually the legislation. You know, when we had the library, and I remember the decision whether we strengthen it or we bowl it. Personally, I wanted to bowl it and just keep the Nico palms. But somebody slapped a Heritage 1 listing on a 30-year-old building. It was ridiculous. And then I thought, well, we're going to spend 10 years arguing about it, and it will be an empty space, so we might as well just get on and re-strengthen it. But it cost us twice as much money probably than what we needed to spend. And that was just a purely pragmatic decision. So I have some sympathy for this, but it's actually the comments by the mover in terms of what this would mean as opposed to what it wouldn't mean, that actually I'm not going to support it. Because I actually think there are other ways, and I think I appreciate it's a good timing for this amendment for some, but I actually think it's a bit of a sledgehammer approach. But I'm really pleased to see there's more awareness about financial discipline. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Just very briefly, I'd just like to say, this is a contentious issue, and I really appreciate the very collegial way that Councillor McNulty has worked with some of us, and I think it's a sign of how we can do things really well at this council.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, Chair. So look, through the Chair, Councillor McNulty and some colleagues, I get why there's been a movement around heritage. There always has to be sort of an explanation or a framework why something has gone wrong. I have a different analysis to you. The social contract was destroyed or badly damaged in the 80s and the 90s. The state retreated and we have become poorer as a result. And there are now some very angry, rightly angry people about that. Some of us used to be able to be well housed reasonably easily, but that not all of us. I know there's always been a housing crisis for many people. And this, heritage has been used as a whipping boy from my perspective, which when really it should be around how do we make sure that everyone gets the things that they need, and the market is not the best mechanism to do that. I want to acknowledge, sorry, Councillor Winera, of course I acknowledge your study in anthropology, and I'm thrilled that you are doing archaeology now. And I do want to acknowledge that many people have a different understanding of history in various ways, and we understand history, time, memory, past lives through many different mechanisms, stories, oral traditions, buildings, artefacts, and so on. And I would argue that remembering our history is a fundamental part of being human. This is why we keep it, because we need to understand who we are, where we're going. I, of course, accept that cities must change, but I would also argue that there needs to be some continuity. And, of course, it goes without saying that every culture's history should be valued. And, obviously, I can understand the anger of many people whose heritage was destroyed. It was totally unacceptable. I won't be supporting it, you won't be surprised, because I see it's fundamentally hostile to heritage. It could mean in the removal of many items. So, Councillor Young, I know where you're going on this, but I just ask you to think about the removal of those items. We have strict rules in this country for a reason, so that when we have a particular need, the heritage can still stay, because we're playing a very long-term game. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of years. We can remove listings, but it has to be rigorous with properly qualified people. I do try to respect people's expertise through the Chair, Councillor McNulty. I listened to you last week, if you remember. Historians or people, anyone who understands history has to do a great deal of learning. It takes a lot of time. It's very, very, very demanding. I do not believe that pulling these buildings will make housing cheaper. The Gordon Wilson Flats is just a building that wasn't well maintained, and if the state hadn't retreated, we could still people could still be living in there. In fact, I think you can make quite a lot of money out of them, because the design community loves that sort of thing.
Councillor Pannett, if you could just get to your last point, because we're out of time.
Yeah, but you also did cut me off on the other debate, so if I just a little bit more time. The council has supported heritage. We've got policy in place for many, many years. In fact, we passed it, including some of the people that will vote for this, in 2024. We have numerous other ancillary policies like around our waste and around our carbon. Maintaining heritage is good environmental practice. And I think the officer's point that this won't even work to achieve the ends that you want around Section 6 mana whenua concerns, it won't even work. I just want to make the point that if we have a view to the future, we must preserve the past. Kia ora.
E te kaikoni here e pirangi ana koe ki te whakautu, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, just quickly, I didn't think I made any comments about members around this table. I tried to present what I thought were some compelling arguments about why to support the motion. If they've been taken as digs, I certainly apologise. That was not my intention. But I think that's a bit silly in reasons to oppose the motion, Councillor Calvert. You've rightfully called out amendments around this table that were not supported for reasons of the substance of the amendment themselves.
Disrespectful language, please, calling me silly. Thank you.
Okay, I withdraw. I think that reasons that you are choosing to use in opposition are not merited. But you've rightfully chosen to call out amendments that have been voted down for a lack of substance, not for the substance of the amendment themselves, but for other reasons. And I think you're actually doing the same thing here. I guess I'd love to understand the other ways we could approach this, given the government has changed the law for us. They've changed the law for Wellington City and actually for the entire country. And I'm incredibly proud that I have, from the lowly position of a city councillor, have managed to advocate for that change for the entirety of New Zealand. Fantastic. Getting things done. Councillor Pannett, we can't remove listings. That's the point of today. Parliament has had to legislate on Gordon Wilson. We were unanimous on the rusty oil tank. It's still heritage listed. That's why there has been the law change. There has been a lack of flexibility in the legislation. And look, I take a pretty brutal approach on this because I realise that the Overton window needs to be shifted into a point of reasonableness. But that's not going to happen because for decades we've tried to have reasonable discussions, like the first time this council voted down Gordon Wilson, or the second time, and it hasn't worked. So now we're getting into these much more, or to use Councillor Calvert's words, blunt tools to move the Overton window. So anyway, that's enough on the right of reply. I'd like to again thank everyone for the debate and for the support, but I'd just encourage people to vote on the substance of the motion itself more than anything else. Kia ora.
Colleagues, would we like to take anything separately? Yes. I'm seeing no indication that we would like to take things separately. E nā nei ki pōtetia te mōtini. Councillor Brown, if you were
I vote in favour. Thank you.
Aye. Ko mana, that has been carried. Sorry. Item 2.7, notification of plan change 1 to the 2024 district plan. Nau mai haere mai Lisa, Michael, Sean, ki te hore te korero. With it, and, oh, sorry, apologies.
I was just going to say, I know it's been a long day, so with your permission, Chair, just take the report as read and available for any questions.
Thank you. We have a partai from Councillor Pannett.
Yeah, thank you. It has been a very, very demanding few days, right? So, and a lot of reading and a lot of issues to absorb. So I've got two issues. One is that we're already doing a plan change because this is what happened last time. You know, I think, did we get to 94? Anyway, something over 90. So that's the first issue, that I don't really want to see this happening every time. So the question is, why are we here? No. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this paper? I don't necessarily see the need for it.
The district plan affects over 120,000 buildings. It's quite natural in a process that takes years that things would change during those years, and that has meant that some residents either have missed an opportunity for consultation or that things have changed. And so a good example of something that has changed is the Code of Practice for wastewater connections, and a change is needed there. I am not comfortable with exercising my Schedule 6 powers, or Michael's Schedule 6 powers under the RMA to do that as a minor amendment, and so that's been brought before you. In other cases, people in Mākara have approached their local councillor, Councillor Panovich, showing that their properties are now zoned as open space. That is not an appropriate zone for them to build their homes for young families. And in the Brooklyn Community Centre's case, they have approached the Southern Ward councillors asking for a change of zone, and so this instrument has been prepared for them.
Second question is, the Minister's been quite clear about plan changes, so you read the paper, you feel comfortable that it meets the threshold to do this plan change?
Yes, we do feel comfortable. The Minister has said that there are plan changes required for minor fixes. This is almost the definition of a minor fix.
And just the third thing, and obviously I went through this process with you, Sean, are our checking processes robust enough to try and catch more things? I know it was a massive document, but nevertheless, that's quite a long list of things to fix up. So was it robust enough?
So some of these changes could not have been corrected by any amount of checking, and a good example is, again, that Water Code of Practice. It was issued in December of 2024. You made your decisions in March of 2024, and so that requires updating. In other cases, perhaps there had been engagement from landowners earlier in the process, then that could have been caught during the independent hearings panel process. However, in defence of those landowners, it is an enormous process. There are going to be people with busy lives who don't necessarily meet the exacting windows of the RMA, and so these things do happen.
Councillor Randall.
Should this be approved, roughly when will the public see and be notified? Because I know there's some steps about getting a permission and such like. So in terms of your expectations, what sort of time period would the public first know about this plan change and have an opportunity to have input?
There is some uncertainty with regards to timing around minister exemption decisions, but once that's approved, we can commence the notification process quite quickly. We're hopeful that that can be done this year, because that will give time to process that before reform in the resource management space takes place. That's signalled to happen sometime in 2027. Hopeful that once we get notification underway, then we could have a hearing as early as Easter time next year.
And so the public like to hear about it, say, in end of October, and maybe there's some public submission periods before Christmas?
That would be probably optimistic. I think there will be a number of councils across the country seeking exemptions, and so we will be in a queue, and we don't know what number we are in the queue. So we will have to wait for the minister to make the decision about whether we proceed. We think that we've got a strong case for an exemption, but it will be determined by other processes outside of our control.
Okay, so but people don't have to rush to be ready, so it's not going to happen next week, it's going to happen in due course.
Great.
Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any further partai on this paper? I see none. Thank you very much. We will move to debate.
Kia ora, colleagues. It's my pleasure to move this paper. I guess, we're looking at a plan change that focuses on enhancing implementability, clarity and consistency of the newly adopted district plan. And just to kind of, again, refer to some of those examples, the Mākara Golf Course rezoning, which will give peace of mind to homeowners and young families that they'll be able to build their homes and live on the land they have bought. And I want to thank those landowners, the Mākara Community Board and not local councillor, Panovich. I've enjoyed working with you on that board this term, John, but thank you for your work on this. The Brooklyn Community Centre Committee, and I want to acknowledge the work of Councillor Abdurrahman and Deputy Mayor Foon to raise amendments for a change of zone for this community facility endowed by Peter Fraser. And I want to acknowledge Perry Aspiros from the committee and to pass on the thanks from our team for his work on sharing his extensive knowledge of local history and facilitating meetings of the centre to resolve these matters, and the Wellington water issue as we've touched on. These changes are small, but they will help people building and undertaking different activities in the city, and they fix some of those things that can cause delay and frustration in the consent process. So therefore, they are very well worth proceeding with. Kia ora.
Ai, mawai tautoko.
Councillor is going to seek a non-marketer local councillor.
I wish we had a new ward that I could fit into. But yeah, no, completely agree with the situation and have discussed this at length with Sean around sort of irregularities that have popped up since we approved the district plan, this being a prime one. It does cause angst for people in the community, and it is a good way of removing their angst for them so they can actually do what they wish to do. And that is all I have to say.
We have debate from Councillor Pennant.
Just really briefly, look, I'll support it, but it is a little bit frustrating on two grounds. One is that this is still staff resource which I think could have been used in other ways to fix issues in the planning section. And two, like, we're already doing this. We're going to end up, over 10 years, we're going to end up with so many variations. So the process itself is not ideal. When you've got such a large document, I don't know if the reforms will fix that, but just this constant amending, changing, which sort of in a way undermines the whole, is not helpful.
Councillor Randall.
So I've been following the district planning process since before I was a councillor. It's been a huge exercise, and I have to say I've disagreed with some of the decisions that are in the district plan, but I also appreciate the effort that's gone into it. And doing such a huge thing means that smaller stuff gets missed, and the process is very prescribed. And I think it's inevitable when you redo such a large and complex plan as Wellington City Council district plan that things are going to be missed. I think this is sort of the fix-up, the errata, if you like, as used to have in books, if people remember those things. Yeah, it's really a fix-up of issues that came up during the process but were too late in the process to fix. So I do support this, and also like this, use this opportunity to see if I could table the Q&A, which has some interesting information. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Oh, just a quick one, and again, thanks to Perry regardless to the Brooklyn one. And when he started fighting about this issue and brought to my attention, he had a letter from Peter Fraser that was written to Brooklyn Community Association and the community at the time, and the land was, and the centre itself was given to the community in perpetuity, and it was included in the district plan by mistake, and from there on Sean picked it up and he did all the magic like anything else. So great to you, Sean, as well. And Kerry, who been staunch as well and fighting for her community in this space. I want to acknowledge her, Deputy Mayor, in joining me and pushing for this one. Sometimes it's just around council table. If you ask me 3 years ago, it would be campaigning or advocating for such a thing. We're just like now, but every little things matter around this council table sometimes. So for the community, it means a lot. And on the other one, the rezoning of the #1 Rugby Street from high density residential to open space. I would love to see more housing in that space. Why it's only for one person? But thank you.
Kia ora anō. Just to very briefly speak in acknowledgement to the testament of change that has been pulled together around the district plan, in particular Councillor Matthews, for her advocacy both last term and this term, diligent, staying on top of it, working with officers, and Councillor McNulty's picked up the kaupapa as well, which is fantastic. But to really make an acknowledgement to you, because honestly, Wellington would not be in the place that it's at without kind of like the massive amount of effort that was undertaken last triennium as well. And I love that the kaupapa is shared and it's brought. I just wanted to say that. Is there a right of reply?
No need for a right of reply. Let's crack on.
Colleagues, are we happy to take this all together? Aina ki pōtete te motini.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Right. Kua mana, that has carried. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a 5-minute break just to like stretch our legs and whatnot, and then come back for fire. Thanks. Kia ora everyone. We are hopefully on the home stretch now. No mai, Charlotte and Jeff, ki te hore e te kōrero. I believe we are taking the report as read, but colleagues, are there any pātai? I see none. Oh, okay.
There you go. I was a bit sceptical about why we needed to do consultation, then I read all the submissions and went, whoa, there's quite a lot of strong feeling. So do you feel that people are causing a bit of nuisance occasionally, but generally people are okay, and most people are using wood burners, I think regulated since 2005, was it? Date?
I think that's covered in the paper.
No, I asked, are most people using the wood burner since 2005? Do you think there are any ones before that in use, just from your experience?
No. In terms of the wood burning, I think we're talking about like wood burning appliances inside for heating of homes. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, we still get occasional complaints. It's a regular thing through winter. There's little pockets of Wellington where you get like a temperature inversion where the smoke just doesn't clear. Where it is a problem, we either get people burning things like pamphlets, plastics, green wood, wet wood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Political leaflets.
Usually general mailers. So yeah, most of the time education solves it. There's occasional reluctant, belligerent people, but
most people are considerate in your experience.
Correct,
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Is there any further pātai? I see none. Thank you very much. We will move on to debate. Mā wai te mōtini e whakataka koutou. I am really happy to move the motion and thank the team for such a fulsome consultation process. Mā wai e tautoko. Councillor Wenera, I know you were keen on this. Would you like to share anything? Would you like to speak?
Only to say that the minor addition that was made as a result of consultation is very sensible and good. Thank you.
He taka hei taupatupatu. Any further debates? I see none. There is no right of reply. E nāne ki pōtetia te mōtini. Just in the nick of time, Councillor Pranovich. Voting on smoke and fire. Councillor Calvert, would you like to vote? And any colleagues online?
I vote yes.
Phone?
I'm a yes.
Oh, sorry. Chair, Komana. That has been carried. Righto, we are moving on to item 2.9, the Economic Wellbeing and Strategy Annual Report. No mai, haere mai. Melissa and Mark Aldershaw, if you'd like to join us. Good.
Kia ora, councillors. I'm very pleased to be presenting the third annual update on Wellington City Council's Economic Wellbeing Strategy. I'm joined by Mark Aldershaw, Chief Executive of Wellington NZ, who will share some of his thoughts shortly. So I'll take the report as read, but it should give you comfort that we are investing in the right place for these economic times, increasing our investment in tech and screen sectors, major events, supporting businesses and growth initiatives, including nurturing talent and growing capability. The economic conditions that Wellington is facing have been very well canvassed. We're not the only city facing these challenges at the moment. So while the interventions that we have taken and that we are taking are cushioning the impacts, that there is a lot to be done there. So this last year in particular has shown the need for a well-defined strategic approach to ensure our focus areas are the right ones. It is time now, and 3 years in, to review the strategy, which we're going to be doing in the new triennium. So before any questions, I'd just like to hand over to Mark to offer some observations and comments from Wellington NZ's perspective.
Kia ora tātou, and thanks for the opportunity to present in front of Council again. Look, Wellington NZ does have a critical role in terms of delivering the economic wellbeing strategy and economic wellbeing to Wellington City and the surrounds, and a lot of that is based on our drive around spend. And I think we've made some really good progress in this. I've been in the role now for 3 months. Just on 3 months, so an opportunity to take some reasonably fresh eyes across our operations and the ability to continue to fine-tune where our focus needs to be, and continue to develop that storytelling component of what we do. But I think on reflection, a really successful year. Wellington Events and Activities contributed over $200 million. In direct spend to the Wellington economy, so that's certainly above our KPIs and above our budgets. And given the economic conditions, I think it's a really good reflection. Major events continues to be a significant component of that, and we continue to ensure that major events is not only an economic driver but very much a cultural driver for Wellington. And again, really good results. $136 million contributed directly to the Wellington economy through major events over this last year, which is significant. Again, given the climate we are operating in, over 600,000 Wellingtonians were part of those major events as well. So, the need to ensure that we have a divested and diverse portfolio of events for all Wellingtonians really sort of adds to that cultural framework as well. We continue to do some really successful work and some really detailed and focused work around the screen sector, the tech sector as well, and we recognise working directly with some councillors in terms of some of that updates that we're doing around our tech strategy. We use, as you will recall, CHQ in terms of the delivery of our tech strategy. They're doing some fantastic work. We're continuing to work on where those sort of focus areas around tech strategy in particular should be. Screen remains a really key contributor to economic drivers within the Wellington region, as does tourism as well, and through the regional tourism boost fund, where Wellington NZ has led a central New Zealand approach to tourism. We've seen some fantastic successes in those areas as well. So look, from our perspective, I think the challenges for us ahead again continue to be very focused on spend within the Wellington region. I'm meeting very often and staying very close to our business sectors as well as councillors from an individual council perspective. But I think there's an opportunity, an ongoing opportunity, to continue to tell our stories. It's really important that as council and councillors and our ratepayers, we get a clear understanding of where that return on investment is. I think probably in hindsight, it's a job that we need to continue to focus on and improve, frankly, in terms of ensuring that all Wellingtonians get to celebrate our collective successes. Happy to again take that paper as read and answer any questions if need be.
Ngā mihi nui, Melissa and Mark. We have a few pārtai. The first one from Deputy Mayor Foon, and apologies, was that Councillor Calvert's hand? And then, right, yep, you're there too.
Yeah, kia ora, Mark. Just on that tech and innovation and film strategy, is there much, are you seeing now that you've got your boots on, is there more uplift we could be doing? And are you certain those are the right places to be doing it?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councillor Foon. Yeah, look, we are continuing to look at where we can have the biggest impact, and again from a return on investment perspective. Through CHQ, we've spent a lot of time and a lot of success in our startups area, and I think we've got some proven success across the Wellington region in terms of tech startups. That work continues to fold. Having spoken a lot and having engaged with the wider tech sector, I think there's an opportunity for us to look at some wider initiatives around, particularly with the schooling sector, in terms of how we can engage in some wider opportunities for bulk uptake in tech opportunities. Again, we're working with CHQ on those. We've held some very successful conferences and hui in the Wellington region, particularly in fintech, clean tech. I think Wellington's starting to gain not only national but global recognition in some of those areas as well. So that continued focus, I think, is where our investment is best placed.
Great. And just in terms of just refining that tech strategy that council has asked for, do you have a timeline when we could expect something?
No, look, that's a good point. So we are continuing to work and making really good progress on this. I would anticipate through the new council towards the end of this calendar year, we should be in a position where we can come back to the new council on that.
Thank you.
Part-time Councillor Pennant.
Thanks again for your time last week. So you won't be surprised when I ask you about the cruise strategy.
Yes.
I don't actually think it's a good thing. Is your thinking going to shift a bit next time you do another one?
Yeah, well, look, the cruise market is a really critical market again to Wellington's economy in terms of spend, but a lot of the focus now is from an environmental perspective is on how we can potentially attract smaller ships that don't have as significant impact. But there is that continual balance there, Councillor Pennant, and we are aware of that.
I need to have another conversation. The declining house prices, I actually agree with the Minister, unusual for me, that they're a good thing. Does Wellington NZ think it's bad? You make a point about declining house prices being a bad thing.
To be honest with you, I can't recall where that sits in the report.
The first page. It's the officer's report. So anyway,
okay.
I think there's an interesting point there, and again, whether that's worthwhile thinking through a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think. Sorry, Councillor. I don't think the intention was to paint it as a bad thing or a good thing. It was simply that this is what's happening at the moment. On the one hand, it does allow more access into the housing market for first-home buyers. So yeah, there wasn't an intention to cast it a particular way.
Okay, and then just actually following on from my first question for the last one.
This is your third question.
This is my third question. Is about how much commitment you'll put into thinking about new ways of making the economy work that don't rely on really environmentally damaging, because the environment is the basis of our economy, right?
Yep. And look, thank you, and acknowledge we had a really good catch up last week and talking about these very things, and you've challenged us to continue to think that way, and I think there's some really good opportunities for us to embed that into our current and future thinking.
Partai Councillor Calvert.
Got more than three, so I might do it back on the list. But my first one is, when I looked at the report, the strategy, so out of the 63 actions, I think 44 were progress, but I was trying to work out how these turned into, and this might be the problem of the KPIs, how they actually translated into economic outcomes. So like GDP growth, job creation, new business formation. So I'm just wondering, how can we judge success when we can't actually answer those questions?
Thank you, Councillor. It's an interesting challenge because, of course, within economic development, the time frame of when you can see impact of initiatives can vary quite a lot. What I would say is that the report is reporting back on the strategy itself, and the strategy was written in a particular way at a particular time. So part of the rationale for wanting to review the strategy now is to get more clarity on exactly where those areas are that we can make impact, and that's what we'll be doing.
So The Chamber's just recently released its report yesterday, in fact, State of Nations, so to speak, and they have for a while called out commercial rates as the single biggest barrier to growth. So why has this not reflected in our strategy, or even if it's not in the strategy, why is this not highlighted in the report?
The commercial rates is going to be looked at as part of the rates review work next year, so that falls into part of that bigger piece of work.
But could it have been included in the reports, showing that this is a key issue for businesses?
We have flagged affordability in the report as being one of the challenges, so that's considered part of that.
I just wonder whether it could have been more explicit. And just my third question before going on to the next. I mean, look, I know you're saying this is strategy's due for review next year, but given our GDP has fallen 1.5% and employment has dropped, is waiting, should you be telling us you need to get on and redo this strategy now?
That's essentially what we'll be doing from this point forward. So reviewing the strategy will take some time. So the intention is to pretty much crack on with that work straight away.
Right, like when you say straight away, is that now? When is it?
Well, the intention is
officers respond to the question.
Yeah.
Thank you, without interrupting.
Clarity.
Yeah. So we wanted to bring this report back to Council now, and so from this point on, that's where we're looking at what the review might entail.
Okay, I'll go back on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. At the moment, you are the only one on the list, so you can go again. Aye. I've already.
Oh, you can go. I don't mind.
Just
Good.
one quick question. Yeah, just with the Chamber's release of their green light report, how a lot of those actions involve us. How closely are we working together with them on their on what they want and aligning it with where we're at and what we can do?
From a Wellington City Council point of view, we've got a really close working relationship with the Chamber. So we meet with them regularly, and as part of the refresh of the strategy, the relook at the strategy, we'll be talking with them about that then. So there's a lot in that report. It was a really positive report and very in line with our thinking. So we're really encouraged by that as well.
Can I just say from Wellington NZ's perspective, as well, we're very aligned, and in fact we're involved as that report was being developed. I think there's a lot of really good opportunities that and again I've spent some time with the Chamber yesterday. Actually, I think there's some really good opportunities where we can jointly front actually, and I think that. In a number of ways, shows how the organisations can work a bit smarter together as well. Yeah, in association with Wellington City Council, of course.
Councillor Calvert.
In terms of drafting up this report, did you seek any input from the Chamber? Or what input did you seek from the Chamber?
Specifically on this report back? No, we didn't. No.
Okay.
We talk with them quite regularly about how things are going, and we consult with them on various pieces of work, but specifically about this report, no.
Okay. Now, last year, the government cut back funding for Crown Research Institutes. Then it cut back funding, basically got rid of Callaghan Innovation, which is based here. And next minute, we hear Wayne Brown announcing basically they've taken all that funding up in Auckland. So, but there was not a sound from anybody, whether it was Wellington NZ or even our own organisation. And I'm just wondering, is that something, not that I saw, you might, and I'm just wondering, how do we advocate as part of this for our city? Because we lost money, we lost investment out of our city, and then when it went to Auckland Council, essentially, or Auckland area, there was no comment made from us.
I'll take a bit of that.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, and I think that is one of the challenges that we have. And what I would say is that we work really closely with a whole range of partners across the city, and a lot of what we do is shared. The objectives of those are shared jointly. So it may be that there have been other partners who have had a role to play in some of those conversations. I don't know if you want to say.
Yeah, look. Sydney Wellington NZ through the Regional Economic Development Partners are working directly with Ministers Willis, Bishop, and Reti on this in terms of advocacy. There's a strong push from a regional economic development perspective to do as much as we proactively can. Again, I was working very closely with Hutt City Council from a regional perspective, given the fact that from Gracefield's location, that's in their backyard, and so I can certainly say from an advocacy perspective, we're pushing this one really hard.
Okay, and just finally, because obviously our commercial rates, not necessarily rates differential, but targeted rates, go into funding a lot of, into Wellington NZ. And a lot of our commercial ratepayers, not just the downtown levy, but the commercial ratepayers are spread across our city, not just CBD. How do we give effect to supporting them? Because I know that's a challenge. Other than bids, because they pay their own rate on top of that.
Yeah, so that's one of the main ways is through the bids. The way that we look at the city is, and through Wellington NZ, is telling the stories more broadly of the city. So while there might be a concentration in the central city on some things and other storytelling platforms and those sorts of things, we definitely have a role there for the whole city through different suburban investment programs and things like that. There's also room there. So I think there's a whole lot of different ways in which we support the more broadly across the city.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out where the rates go, so the targeted rate. So in terms of your suburban investment programs, what are they?
So that's through the LTP, the suburban upgrades program that was pegged, so that's going to be coming back to council next year. So that'll be part of that work as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mā Waiti Mōtini, Deputy Mayor Phone. Ngā mihi nui, thank you, Melissa, Mark.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So, yes, important to move our economic wellbeing strategy update for this year and also welcome the opportunity of a review next year. I just want to acknowledge that, I think we know that Wellington's going through a really challenging time, but it's always sobering when you hear statistics like, being second worst in the country for job losses at 3.1% after Opotiki. And, we know why that is. But I think what was heartening about reading the Chamber report today too is that we see the opportunity. And I think when John Allen left, his two instructions were double down on events and double down on the tech and innovation sector. And that is what we need to do. So I just want to acknowledge the mahi that has been going on, the Tai Awa Tech Hub, around the world, creating precincts or areas where tech community work together has a really good outcome. So it's good to see we've got 11.9 million in GDP and 127 jobs created through that project. So that's a really big win to start off with that precinct project, and 5,200 at a tech week, amazing. Also just acknowledging the income to our city from events, wow, at 31 million last year. So I know that there'll be a lot of businesses really looking forward to WOW coming up this month. So just while really appreciate the mahi, but I do have to say I have a wedo for all of us that we do have an opportunity, and now is the time we really need to focus in on delivering that. How do we scale up our tech and innovation sector? It's what our city needs. We need that visibility, we need that hope, and we need the jobs. So looking forward to having that mahi come back. Kia ora, thank you.
Mā wai te whakahoinga e tautoko. Is there a seconder? I understand. Councillor Panovich, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Foon. Yes, I would. As our appointed director on Wellington NZ, I would like to highlight the work that they do, and it's been very intriguing to be on the board and to see the activity that's occurring within Wellington NZ and the value that we do actually receive from having this organisation, both for Wellington and of course for the wider Wellington region. I have noticed, as the Deputy Mayor has pointed out, that the focus on the key items are there and the economic growth that will come through that. And of course, we continue to focus on that as a region and also as a city. So I'm more than happy to second this. Thank you.
Aye. Is there any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
I'm less upbeat by this report, but what it does do is show the disconnect our strategy has with what's happening on the ground and how we adapt to that, and also the matters that we report on. Now, I remember when this strategy is being developed in 22, and I was involved near the start, but I had to walk away near the end. And the business community did too. The chamber walked away from it in the end because it didn't really address where they thought it should be heading, and it lost its focus on the economic side of things. So look, I'm really pleased that there will be a review. And when we talk about tech and innovation, look, we lost money. We lost investment in tech and innovation. It went up to Auckland, and no one said anything. So I was really, no comment from this organisation, no comment from Wellington NZ. I think the report is a report basically based on project-focused reporting. I'm really more interested in outcome-focused, which I think the Chamber's report actually is more outcome-focused. I hope going forward we have a stronger relationship with them. I mean, it would have been good to have had their critique in terms of this draft report or this report, and at least even give it to them as well to say, well, what do you think? Is this a fair reflection? But I don't believe we did. And because especially our commercial ratepayers are funding a lot of this work. But they're not seeing a lot of the benefit. And if I go to a business and say, this is all about storytelling, when they can't even get basic support, especially in the suburban areas, for supporting activities like WOW, even doing their bit, it is really a struggle to show how well, whether this is fit for purpose. But it's good that it's going to be reviewed, and I hope this time round we do listen to the business community and let it be driven from that perspective rather than anything else. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Like I said, I had an enjoyable conversation with Mr Oldershaw last week, and the Wero Deputy Mayor Foon is possibly different from my end. It's just a little bit dispiriting to still see the growth ideology underpinning the work. It's starting to change, and at least there's an openness to discuss how that can change. But I don't think there's quite yet enough of an understanding about how our economic work needs to radically change, fit for the 21st century, fit for climate change, which will change absolutely everything, will leave nothing unchanged. And so when we just hear about how cruise ships are really important, I mean, I feel that is just really, really problematic. So I hope that next triennium, there will be a reset, which will be really good, that there will be a chance to have some good philosophical discussions and to think about what that actually looks like, and that will be hard, and I'm not the right sort of person to be able to articulate that, but I do think there is a disconnect between understanding how we have caused climate change and how we need to step into the solution-based focus. Kia ora.
Hi, I'll just very briefly take the time to speak in support of this report. I think it's rather incredible that over the last couple of years that this has been operative, and I thank the previous portfolio holder for economic development for their work in that space too. we've had a global financial crisis. We've had thousands of jobs cut in Wellington, yet people remain positive and optimistic, and I'm consistently looking out into the landscape and seeing folks go straight through Creative HQ and innovate. And I've made this point before, but it really does get me down that we won't get anywhere with a pessimistic mindset. We have to look for opportunities. But if all you look and all you choose to tell yourself is that there are brick walls everywhere, you're not going to see those opportunities. So just to reframe and to thank Mark and Melissa and Anna and all of the extra work that we've been doing. We know, and this is applicable to other sectors as well, that when the purse strings get tight or there's not a lot going on, that we really have to make something out of nothing in some cases. And that's where innovation and creativity comes in. That's where the best ideas are born. So I just wanted to mihi to the team for their very strong reporting within the report. And you can see if the specific reporting measures are not quite your cup of tea, there's several other economic reports linked in there as well, something for everyone. But I'm really happy with this plan, and I do believe it is delivering the priorities we set out under the last economic strategy. Do I have any other debate before right of reply? I see none. Over to you, Deputy Mayor Fern.
Great, kia ora. Well, I think, I can't express enough how the Chamber really is reliant on Wellington City Council, and one of the main things was housing, providing homes so that people who do want to come and live and work here have somewhere good to live, and these are the things that Council needs to be providing. So I am looking forward to working with them on that. I just want to acknowledge that, also Tākina, a massive increase in conferences, bringing people into the city. I know this has impact for all of our restaurant community down on Courtney Place. The Courtney Place Festival, fantastic that our team were able to work with the businesses so that they could pull a celebration that increased business for them. And I think it's just an important time to remember that, in the words of Helmut Modelic, good to lift up where we stand. Kia ora.
Did we need to take anything separately, colleagues? What would you like to take separately? Okay, we'll take 1 and 2 separately. Does that work procedurally? Aye. Open voting on Resolution 1, receive the information. What? Heads or tails? Okay. Opening voting on Resolution 2. Does that stack? We then need to pass the resolution. That's all. Aye. Yeah, chocolate biscuit of the day goes to Councillor Pennant for having a pate on every single paper and not missing one. Thorough, yeah. Kudos, like 3,000 pages, eh? Councillor Randall. Pauiwi Hohaya. Resolution 2. Aye. Mana, that has been carried. No, that's all right. Moving along to report 2.10, decision register updates and upcoming reports. No mai James Roberts, ki te horero.
Kia ora koutou. We'll take the decision register and forward plan as read. It's tabled as read.
Aye, cool. Any pātai? I see none. No. Well, sorry, my bad. I don't have my glasses on. Councillor Abdurrahman.
We need to move. Look, this is the last day for this committee. I just want to acknowledge Councillor O'Neill's hard work in this space. It was my pleasure deputy chairing this committee with you. You have shown maturity and patience in doing this, and this is not an easy committee to chair, to be honest, and this council not an easy to chair, and, for all of us, but you did really, really well, and I appreciate that and how you collaborated in working with me and with other councillors as well. Whatever you do after this, I wish you all the best, and you are well placed in any challenges. Go hard. You are loved around this council.
Oh. I'll say that we're in debate now. Otherwise, I should have ruled on that. So, is that you're moving the paper? Was that the speech? Oh, I'm really happy to second that, and I just wanted to acknowledge the support around the table, all the amazing business units. It can get really complicated. Lots of stuff happens on the fly. We've experienced a huge bottleneck this week. I know how tough it is on decision makers, but also staff working around the clock. And I really appreciate those kind words, Councillor Abdurrahman, and it's been nice to have someone be shoulder to shoulder as we walk into arts and Māori and different sports spaces, so I appreciate that. Aye. And thank you all for consistently challenging me. Bonnie Randall, holding me accountable. No, but for real. And then the only last point which I wanted to message is thank the very fantastic Steph and predominantly our ELT James for their support in making sure that the committee goes through. And I think it's really cool. And I hope that the folks still staying on after I leave this place will continue to work together. So, ngā mihi nui. Right. Kia ora. Is there any other debate? No, I see none. Is there any right of reply? All good. Thanks, brother. E nai nei ki pōtetia te motini, and I put the motion which has been moved and seconded. Mana that has been carried. Surprise motion, not quite if you're used to procedures. Understanding order 11.7, we need to extend the meeting. I am happy to move the motion. We need to extend the meeting, and I just wanted to do that before we went into PX. Do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Foon. E nai nei ki pōtetia te motini. Aye. Destiny of our afternoons is within our hands. No, is that everyone in the room? Kōmana that has passed. Thanks, Nicola. Now, item 3, the debate to go into public excluded. I just wanted to quickly seek clarification if the amended substantive is going to be moved as a part of the public excluded resolution or in the cover of the paper. Happy for it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, my James Roberts, if you would like to say anything on the motion to go into public excluded.
Kia ora, Chair, thank you. So we're aware you've heard a number of perspectives about the cab mob site, including this morning. But today, this is not a decision that we're seeking from you. We're asking the committee to consider the commercial terms of the heads of terms with precinct. We know that this is an item of interest and something the public's interested in. However, the law allows us to go into public excluded and to be able to discuss commercially sensitive information, and this is important to ensure we're not compromising our value for money objectives. In addition to value for money, one of the outcomes, as we heard from you, is to create green space. Part of our negotiation regarding site boundaries is to create a new green space at the entrance of Mercer Street, and this has been aligned and agreed with Precinct. Previously, Council has agreed to enter into commercial negotiations to finalise a development agreement with Precinct, and the heads of terms form the basis of that agreement. In our June Tanako briefing to you during the public part of the session, we shared some of the components of the heads of terms which will still remain in place. We then moved into PX to discuss only the commercial components as contained in the draft heads of terms outlined in that paper. Today's paper and discussion is specifically about the commercial components of the proposed agreement, and we want to be able to answer your questions that you have and ensure we can get the best outcome for Council and Wellingtonians.
Aye. Colleagues, are there any partai relating to the motion to go into public excluded? Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, James. You probably didn't have time to read the Ombudsman's report on Lagoima and transparency. It's not on your committee, but we looked at it this week.
Councillor Pennant,
so I want to ask the question about how this decision, because I know you might not have read it, but someone else will have, how this decision reflects the Ombudsman's advice to us that we need to be really transparent, we need to be able to articulate the harm by not releasing information into the public.
So all I can really do is reiterate what I said before, that we are talking about commercially sensitive terms in a commercial arrangement. And so...
I think the Ombudsman had wanted more from us. Yeah, okay. Councillor
Rogers.
Yeah, mine was just around the wording there, just because it's being attached to the public portion of this. Would we, instead of saying this paper, be able to say the paper considered in public excluded, just so that it's clear that it's referencing the actual paper as opposed to the resolution to consider going into PX?
Aye, that's not been moved yet. Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, you mentioned the land and the green area as well. Are we talking about the land that the council owns?
Correct.
And currently, council pays rate on that land, is that right?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Currently, council pays rates on the land itself.
It's rateable land.
Yep.
Question from Pauiwi Hohaya.
So just so I'm clear, what you just said there was that there's a distinction, if you like, between what's going to be discussed specifically in PX, which is the commercial component, and everything else, well, and the other aspect around the green space you're sharing now.
Yeah, I was...
So the only thing that'll go into PX is the commercial stuff, basically.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Colleagues, further partai, Councillor Pennant.
Can I just ask why the paper wasn't split up again? It might have been quite a short paper, but nevertheless, putting into the fact that we want to do something, but putting the commercial terms into PX.
Yeah, yes.
Kia ora, Councillor. The majority of the paper is made up of what's contained within the heads of terms. It would be incredibly difficult to split it.
Are there any further partai before we move to debate? I see none. Councillor Rogers, over to you.
Yeah, just to say thank you to the Chair and officers for working with us just to find some of the same wording that we used around the ban rotunda process, where we were able to quickly release information when it made sense by redacting the very specific bits that were commercially sensitive. Obviously, as outlined, it's slightly different for this paper, but just trying to be consistent and making sure that we are providing very clear direction to officers that there's a public interest in the information that we're considering, so as soon as practically possible, we do want to release it without compromising commercial sensitivity.
Mawai Tautoko, I'm happy to second debate. We'll go Holden Hohaya first. Oh, true. All good. Holden Hohaya will second then, and Councillor Pennant, I presume, debate.
So obviously I won't be supporting this or the amendment. So first of all, I'll just start off on the amendment. We just heard from the officer that they couldn't separate it out, so I'm not quite sure what information we're going to be releasing, so it doesn't quite actually make sense. And while I'm pleased, Councillor Rogers, you've come onto the transparency train. We've talked a lot about this over a number of years. This still is just not enough, and I think maybe you didn't. It is a very busy time, but you might not have had a chance to read the Ombudsman's report, who really wants to raise the bar on our practice. Look, and just on the substantive matter, look, this council and property developers have a long and tortured history. This is one of the reasons that there is a lack of trust when we do deals with developers, because there's no chance for the public to kind of go, well, did you get a good deal or not? You know, what discounts did you get? What were the trade-offs? That can't be examined before the decision is made. And, I'm not in any way questioning the integrity of the process, but people haven't had a chance to see what process was gone through to select a certain person with a particular outcome. So I also don't think there's actually much in there that really is that sensitive, and particularly since we're apparently going to release it soon anyway, or what we can after what the officer said. I just think we need to be transparent. This is public land. It belongs to everyone. We control it, but it's not ours. It's the public's.
Councillor Calvert. Oh. Holden Hohaya.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this resolution. I think it was clear to me, what I heard was that we will be going into public excluded only for the commercially sensitive piece, and we'll take all care to release public information as quickly as possible, but there comes a time when you do need to go into public excluded for commercially sensitive discussion, and this is one of them.
Councillor Chung.
I agree with discussing any commercial terms in public excluded, but I think that I can understand the public getting very confused about this, because first of all, some time ago we announced that we were nominating precinct properties to actually be our preferred partner to work on this, and then sometime later we came back and said that we haven't actually negotiated anything yet. And so I can understand the confusion with the public about what we actually have and haven't done, and so it's almost like we give information when we can in the interest of transparency, so that the public actually know what we're doing, but sometimes when we give this, it does actually create more confusion. And I suspect that going into public exclusion today will actually make them wonder about exactly where we actually are on these things. And so, but I do agree that we don't want to be discussing commercial terms, sort of in public. Thanks.
Try and speak once and be done for the day. Look, I'm sceptical about look, we've had some stuff in PX that has been meaty in terms of terms, where there is a very coherent, overwhelming need to be in public excluded. I think this is on the complete other end of the spectrum. Nonetheless, I'll support going into PX. What I do want to flag is off this morning's presentations that I believe an amendment will come in that discussion. I'll be open to that further discussion that comes through there, because I think some green space could be arranged for within this deal. So I'll support going into PX, but I really do think this is at the opposite end of the spectrum to say like a Reading or ground leases discussion in terms of what we are putting through. And, I know we have a principle here, but I just kind of don't see the harm if this one was public, albeit I get the precedent that set, so reluctantly supportive, but looking forward to seeing if we can come out of this debate with a bit of a compromise position. Nonetheless, the public will just have to see what comes out of it.
Councillor Rogers, right of reply. Sinan, inaine ke potiti e timotini. Yes, we can do that. A motion to go into public excluded with the amendment. Ko mana, that has been carried. Righto. We will just give it a few minutes as we switch over the stream.